Shabbat Shalom Mishpacha, Shabbat Shalom, Ani Malkio Uriel, Hamore Shirech. Peace and blessings to each and every one of you. I am Mori Malkio Uriel. I am your teacher for this channel. You are in the right place at the right time. This is Shabbat Morning Coffee, and here we talk about basically all things Israel, right? We want to let you know that we're excited, we're happy to be here. This is the day that the Most High has made, and we are rejoicing in it. We are grateful. We're thankful for life, breath, health, strength, and all things that He gives unto us. We are His children, and we follow His laws, statutes, and His commandments, and we do so with a glad heart. And we acknowledge who our Creator is, and we say, above and beyond all, that we will not put anyone in His place. Despite how popular a religion may be in our present day, we stand for the Most High and will always do so. We always stand on the side of righteousness and truth. We forever walk the path of righteousness and holiness. This is our lot. For it is written in Psalm 90, Thou hast been our habitation throughout all generations. And we are those people. You are those people. From an ancient genetic standpoint, even to the modern day realization of our sufferings and bitterness that many of us are yet negotiating, we are the people of the Most High, and we abide by His laws, statutes, and His commandments. And with that being stated, hey, I want to let you know that we're going to be talking, of course, in this portion. We're going to be taking a look at how Israel now begins to walk, how Israel is learning how to walk, and how we've witnessed Israel being born through the breaking of the waters, and now comes a time where Israel begins to learn how to walk. Well, with that being the case, we're going to go ahead and we will be right back, and we will do our introduction.
Shabbat morning coffee, Shabbat morning coffee, Shabbat morning coffee, Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. Oh.
All right, we are back. This is Shabbat Morning Coffee. Peace and blessings to each and every one of you. I greet you in the name of Yah. I greet you in the name of the Most High, El Elyon, in the name of Yah, as it is written in Psalms 68 and 4. We call Him Yah. It is a shortened version of what many have called the Tetragrammaton, which today is pronounced in many different ways, from Yahuwah to Yahweh to a number of Yahweh. There's so many different variations and pronunciations, but what we know for a fact, two things. We know for a fact that the shortened version of this is found in Psalms 68 and 4, and it is Yah. And we also know that the Most High has said to call upon Him, to speak out His name, and to call Him, and to not call Him the Lord, but to call Him by His name. We find that when you remove that, the Lord, which can be taken a number of different ways, it's almost as if it's an adapter, if you will. It takes the name of the Most High and it makes it lucid or transient, so that you can superimpose something else, which is what they did in the New Testament by calling Yeshua ben Yosef Lord. They purposely did this in order to connect the two together, to form a hybrid, if you will, that violates the laws of the Most High and the understanding that the Most High has given unto His people. And so by calling it the Lord, by calling Him the Lord, they then use that title of the Lord for whoever they want. And in this particular case, they've chosen as their mascot deity to be Yeshua ben Yosef. And of course, he's called Jesus by the Greeks and the pagans. And so we do not subscribe to the use of calling the Most High the name of the Lord, because it is a mirror and smokescreen tactic. It is a part of the polemic. It's a part of the mind game. It's a part of the psyops of the 16th century, and not just the 16th century, but those that have superimposed Greco-Roman ideas over the Hebraic idea, which is what the Most High wanted propagated. And really what you see, my brothers and sisters, I know it's been said that religion is the deification of culture. And I want to let you know, listen, we don't subscribe to that in particular, but we do say that the Most High did give us a way to live. And we call this the way. We're walking in the way, haderech. We're walking in the way of the Most High. And so one of the ways of the Most High is that he says, you know what? I got a certain way I want you to do things, period, and point blank. And so many have said, well, it's okay for Rome to come in and it's okay for Rome to take over. Well, I've said this before. Christianity is nothing more than the bastard child of Hellenism, which is the hostile takeover of the Hebraic or Jewish culture with that of Hellenism, or the way that the Greeks do it. Rather than saying when in Rome, do as Rome does, no, they said, well, wherever you are, you better do as Rome does. And so this is that kind of cultural imperialism that is even pushed on us today. Even as you listen to voiceovers, and they have certain accents to be prevalent above others and to be the norm, the universal. And this is done on purpose as a part of that whole social construct and the psycho-spiritual construct that individuals have embraced, that is allowing the world to continue as it is. Well, we follow the law, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High, and we do not call him the Lord, but we call him by his name, Yah. The full version of his name, as has been called the Tetragrammaton, pronounced Yahweh, 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 and Yahuwah, and a whole bunch of other things. Well, we go by the more ancient, by means of research, we go by the more ancient pronunciation with the convention of the silent hey, which renders the so-called Tetragrammaton in the simple form of Yah-O. There were things put in place on purpose, a hedging, if you will, where those that have gone before us said, we don't want our people to sin, so let us purposely present the name of the Most High in a way that would cause them to automatically mispronounce it, and therefore we know that they will never ever commit this sin of speaking the name of the Most High in vain. Well, that's a hedge, right? But we don't need that, because we follow the law, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High. And with that being the case, on this channel, you will hear us refer to the Most High as Yah, but we will also use the more ancient pronunciation with the silent hey convention and speak the name as Yah-O. With that being the case, I simply want to say that we do understand and embrace the fact that the worship of the Most High, the worship of Yah, the worship of him. By the way, I understand fully that El Elyon is the technical Most High, as we see in the scriptures. I understand that Melchizedek in his discourse with Abraham connects Yah with El Elyon. And I understand that what we have now is a subset of the bigger piece of pie that we will call Yahwism itself. We're continuing our study into that, and it is definitely interesting. We understand that, but we gladly as well want you to know that not only do we understand that, we understand that the Most High is Yah, and that he is supreme, and that as we're going to see today, he deals with the world as he wills. Well, those of you that may be new to this channel, I'm your Mori for this channel, Melchi Uriel. That's my name in Hebrew. That's my government name in Hebrew. And so with that being the case, I want to let you know, as being your Mori, I will give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, despite how many sacred cows it may kill. And I know a lot of the sacred cows that we've put on the barbecue have been concerning Christianity and other religions, and even a few things of our own that we've had to deal with, and we will continue to do so because, again, we're sworn to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but that truth, as has been handed down to us in the corpus of material we now call the Tanakh. Understanding that the Tanakh is within itself, it is an acronym for the different portions of the Tanakh. The T sound in Tanakh comes from the Torah, the first 5 books of Moshe. The N sound in Tanakh, well, yes, that comes from the Nevi'im. And so the K or the Q sound in Tanakh is the Ketuvim, which has all the writings from Job, Psalms, Proverbs, and even the book of Daniel because of its late derivation. And that is called the Tanakh. And I serve you notice, for those of you watching us for the first time, we will bring up certain things that may rub your feathers the wrong way. But again, we're sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And as long as you come in and you respect the room, you respect the mic, you're able to come into the chat room and you're able to, ask your questions and even put forth your comment. Listen, if you come in the right spirit, in the right mind, we have no problems with that. As long as you're seeking to know the truth, you're coming to learn, we have no problem with that. But we always say, hey, we don't bite until you bite first. So come in peaceably and we will deal with you as such. And with that being stated, I want to say to each and every one of you that as long as you love the Most High and you seek to follow his laws, statute, and his commandments from a pure heart and a pure conscience, then hey, we have no problems with you being here in this room. Definitely don't have any problems interacting with us. We will virtually hug you, love you, right? Because we follow the laws, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High. I know someone say, man, I don't know, man. Y'all got so many laws, man. That's crazy. Y'all got so many laws, 613. And I always bring up the fact, and one of these days I'm going to look it up. In fact, maybe I'll do that right now. Maybe I'll look it up right now because I've been saying this about there being laws on the books concerning, football and driving. And I'm going to ask the question now. What about driving? Okay, how many laws are there on the books, even concerning, because, many of us drive, right? Perhaps there might be a few of us that don't drive. But there are a number of them, and that's per state. I don't want per state. Let me ask it this way, okay? And I'm sorry. But I know that there are thousands of rules and regulations, and I'm just for curiosity, while I'm talking with you, I want to know, right? Because here's the question: if it's more than 613, but yet people play football, right? There are. There's hundreds, okay? There's major rules. There's 19 major, right? We have 10 major rules, as we're about to read. And anyway, okay, I don't have time to dig into this, y'all. I'm sorry. I thought I'd look it up, and I thought they'd give me a quick number, but hey, they're not doing so. I don't have time to dig. But suffice it to say that those of us who follow the laws, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High, we follow them. And yes, you don't listen. Yes, it's true that there are 613, but there is a condensed version. Yes, there is a condensed version that all of us can go by, and these are called the 10 sayings, the 10 words, or the 10 declarations. If you love the Most High and you serve him alone, and you also follow the laws, statutes, and the commandments, then you will agree with us when we say that we will have no other Elohim to be before our Elohim, no representation of another God except the one true God that created heavens and earth and all that therein, including us. And so we will also not make any image to bow down unto that image and to worship that image, whether it be an image of stone, of wood, of iron, or even something of a new technology being an image contained within an idea, images contained within a scripture. We will not, especially a man, we will not replace the Most High with a man. We will not replace the Most High with any kind of an idea that is not according to his word. We will not replace him with wood, stone, or iron. We will not create another image or representative of the Most High, not even through philosophy, not through councils of Trent and Chalcedon. We will not. We also will not take his name in vain. We will not take his presence, nor his character, nor his name in vain. And we will not speak an oath in his name to be found false thereby. We also remember Shabbat to keep it holy, for this is the day that the Most High has made for us to rest in his presence and to dwell with him and to commune with him. For it is on this day, which according to all the research that we have seen has never changed throughout the entire history, that the days of what we call the week themselves have not changed. And even though they may have added to, they may have tried to change, the days themselves have never changed. The numbers have changed, but the days never changed. And so this is the day that we celebrate the creation of the world in its finishing and in its entirety, and also the dwelling presently of the Most High amongst his physical creation. That is the significance of this day, the Most High dwelling in and with his creation. And so we do no work during the daylight hours because we've got visitors, we've got the Most High visiting us, and so we make sure to give him our time and to give him our attention. We also honor our mothers and our fathers, that our days may be long upon the earth. We honor those that have gone on before us, which also may include giving gifts unto them, also bringing them into our home in order to take care of them. And so we honor our mothers and our fathers that have gone on before us. Our Elohim is even introduced to us as the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Yaakov. We also do not shed innocent blood. This particular commandment is that we do not shed innocent blood, but rather we hold fast to what is righteous, what is true, and what is good. And sometimes in the ancient days, there was required blood. Yes, there was required capital punishment for certain offenses. We will not commit adultery. We will not take that belongs to anyone else. We won't take their mate. Also, we do not steal in general, because we know that the Most High has blessings for us. We will not be a false witness in any matter of adjudication, because again, we know that the Most High is watching. And also, we do not covet. No, we do not lust after what someone else has, for we know that the Most High has blessings with our name on it. It is written that if you shall obey my word and obey these laws, statutes, and these commandments, that all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you. So we say to that we have blessings that are looking for us. You have blessings that are looking for you. Here's the part where if we were in the church house, we say, turn to your neighbor. But no, we're not going to do that foolishness. But please know, above and beyond the shadow of a doubt, that you have blessings looking for you because you keep the laws, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High. Well, on this channel, we not only follow the laws, statutes, and the commandments, those that have not been abrogated, those that are yet still in force, meaning, for instance, those that require us to go to the temple. There is no temple, so therefore we cannot fulfill that. So you understand, you get it, I'm sure. Well, we not only love to keep the law, statutes, and the commandments, Okay, but we also love to pray. Now, the way that we pray is slightly differently. It's slightly differently. Well, first of all, not just in posture, for it is said that when we pray, we're to look up to Hashemayim, look up to heaven, and to have our hands upraised. This is what we do according to Scripture. This is the way that Solomon prayed, David prayed. This is the way that Moshe prayed before the Most High, and this is the way that we do. However, and by the way, there is also the sight of Solomon getting on his knees, but also having that same posture of looking up towards heaven with his hands upraised, facing the east. Or if you're in the east, then you face the temple. Okay, because it is the temple of his presence. It's where the Most High has written his name. And so with that being stated, we pray, we first of all do inventory. We ask ourselves the question, have we purposely and intentfully set out to disobey the laws, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High? And for many of us, for a majority of us, that answer is a blanketed no. And so with that, we say, well, have we done something that we may not know of that may be offensive to the laws, statutes, and the commandment of the Most High? Since we do not have infinite knowledge thereof, we say, hey, that is a possibility. Therefore, we come before the Most High seeking mercy. And so, just as in the Torah, just as in the Tanakh, the sacrifices were for those sins, okay, that you were not aware that you did. In other words, they were unintentional sins, right? That's why David HaMelech said, hey, I need you to work with me about these, about these sins that, I don't know that I'm doing them, they're presumptive sins. I'm presuming that everything's okay. I need you to help me with that. And so we all need help in those areas where we do something that is not pleasing unto the Most High. What many of you may not know is that, for instance, I'm going to give you an example. I've given you this example many times before. And in this example, hey, it involves eating chicken egg foo young. I know, sounds strange, right? What y'all don't get down with chicken egg foo young? Well, it's okay. It's okay to eat eggs and to eat chicken, but you know what? There is an injunction in the word of the Most High that says, if you happen upon a nest with a hen that has eggs in it, you are not to take both. You either take the chicken and consume the chicken, or you leave the chicken and you simply take the eggs. And the Most High said, you do this, that this may be well with you. In other words, the Most High is concerned about the animal species, the animal kingdom, and how things propagate, okay? And so the Most High said, in order for you to take care of things, this is how I want you to do it. Again, this is the way that he wants us to live. We're walking in covenant with him, so we agree. So we have no problems with putting cheese on meat, right? We don't mind dairy being eaten with meat. Why? Because we find it in the Torah. We find it in the Tanakh itself, so we don't have a problem with that. But we do have a problem with eating chicken and eggs together because we are not to do so. All right. Well, there's many other things that we could discuss, but hey, there may be someone that would say, I don't know if I did that. I don't know if I had something that had chicken and eggs in it. Well, we come before the Most High with mercy, because even though it's something that he does not like, we ourselves may have done so. And so we ask him to have mercy upon us. So I need you to do a little bit of inventory before we pray. Get ready, because we're getting ready to pray. Baruch haba Yahweh, Baruch haba Melech haolam, Welcome, you are Most High. Welcome, King of the universe. We exalt you and we give unto you the praise, the glory, and the honor. Kol hakavod shelech. All of the glory is yours, and we honor you. Behashimaim beharetz bekol haretz bekol haolam. Ki atah hakol bishbelano. We honor you in the heaven and in the earth. We honor you in the entire universe because we are your people. We are your people. And you are the King of the universe that we honor. You're everything unto us. Atah hakol bishbelano. You're everything unto us. And we exalt you, Most High. We give you praise, glory, and honor. It is with great joy that we come before you. It is with great joy that we assemble ourselves as your family, as your people. For we are the sheep of your pasture. We are your people. You are our shepherd, and we do not want. And we come before you, Most High, our strength and our salvation. We thank you that by means of us living a righteous life before you with all of our heart, with all of our soul, with all of our mind, we thank you that our sins are automatically forgiven. We don't have to beg nor ask you to forgive us of sin, because it is our righteousness that you observe that automatically wipes away all of our sin. And we thank you that we do your righteousness, and we do not mentally ascend unto a kind of a belief, but we live righteousness. And we thank you that this is your love language. You observe our obedience, and we're thankful. Therefore, you bless us. You look down from your holy habitation, and you do bless us. You do bless us so that we're blessed in the city, blessed in the field, blessed in everything that our hands find to do. We thank you, Most High, because you are certainly with us, and you are establishing your covenant with us. You are establishing your covenant with each and every one of us, causing us to be physically healthy. Thank you for our elder Leonin Croning. Thank you for our elder our Elder George Evans. Thank you for everyone that needs you to intervene with them on this physical level, to heal their bodies and to bring strength to them, also to bring health and healing to our prosperity, to bring health and healing to even our emotional and psycho-spiritual states, to help us to live in the fulfillment of your covenant, of what it means to be whole and entire, and to be healthy, and to be with you in eternal communion, happy, whole, and blessed. We thank you. And I lift up every member of this community, everyone watching me, everyone that will see this. I lift them up before you, Father. I lift them up before you, El Elyon. I lift them up before you, so that you remember them. You look upon them and bless them. Make your face to shine upon them. Let their homes and let their situations be even as when the Ark of the Covenant was in the house of Obed-Edom. We thank you, Most High, for you are with us. You are our salvation. You are our comfort. You are our righteousness. You are our strength. You are all unto us, and we exalt you. In your name and in your name alone, Yah. Aman wa aman. We give praise unto the Most High. And by the way, it's been a while since we did praise, and so you know what? Hey, I think we're going to go ahead and actually, believe it or not, write this date down. Yes, we are going to do a praise before the Most High, because it's been a while, and you know what? We just feel like praising Him sometime, don't we? So, hey, with a grateful heart, let's give the Most High some praise. Let's get ready to praise Him. to me, to me. Go down thine ear, young to me, and deliver me speedily. You're my strong rock, forever my strong rock, yeah, in thee, oh yeah, do we put our trust in you. Let us never be ashamed, never be ashamed in you. Deliver us in thy righteousness, and bow down thine ear to us, to us. Bow down thine ear, young to us, and deliver us speedily. Oh, a strong rock, forever my strong rock. Say it again, say. Salvation, and we honor him. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Yeah, it's been a while since we did that. You know what? Thought we would. So hey, what I want to do right now is I want to give some shout outs because we got family up in the chat room. And as always, we honor the first one in the room, and who was the first to turn the lights on? It was none other than our Minister of Safety and Security, yes, Bergen Paris. And the person who turned on the coffee pot was none other than our brother Adrian. Hey, but guess who got the spoons and the sugar? It was none other than our beloved elder, Leonie Croning. Peace and blessings to you, elder. You know we love you, think about you, pray for you continually, and glad that you are here. My brother's here, Raymond Ratcliffe. Peace and blessings to you, my brother. Glad that you are here. And also we have with us our beloved brother, George Evans. So glad that you are here, my brother. I pray that you're doing well, feeling well. And always glad to see our Minister of Economics talking about none other than our brother Adrian, who is going to share with us, if this thing don't mess up, man, who's going to share with us how to pick a good watermelon. He going to share that with us today. And also, we have with us, I want to make sure, let's see here, man. Yeah, Miss H is in the house. Again, love that picture of you. Love that picture, Miss H. Glad that you are here, Miss H. Glad that you are here, my sister. Also, we have with us, I mentioned Raymond Ratcliffe already. That's my brother. Also, we got Mr. Weeze with us. Mr. Weeze is in the house. Peace and blessings to you, Mr. Weeze. Glad that you're here. Glad that you are here. And yes, all is well, my brother. All is well. Also, we have with us, that I see, yes, I saw True Jim. Peace and blessings to you, True Jim. Glad that you are here, my sister. May the Most High bless your kneecaps. Also, we have mentioned my brother, Ben Naphtali. Peace and blessings to you, Ben Naphtali. Did I mention you? Hey, well, you just got another shout out if I didn't. Glad to see you here, Ben Naphtali. Also, we have, did I get everybody? I'm trying not to miss anyone. I really am. I'm trying not to miss anyone. We have One Planted Seed. Peace and blessings to you. And you know what? Hey, high fives for everyone. I agree with that. One Planted Seed says, so grateful for the law. It keeps us safe. And yes, it does. It keeps us in order. It keeps us safe. It keeps us unified. Also, taking a look here, we have with us, let's see here. Did I get everyone? I'm scrolling through. So many comments already, so many people here already, and I love it, absolutely love it. We've got Michael Charles Marsh in the house. Peace and blessings to you, my brother. I am curious. I don't know why I'm curious about what you're eating for Shabbat today, but I don't know why I'm especially curious as to what you're going to chow down on. And I'd love for you to share that with us, my brother. I'd love for you to share that with us. That's Michael Charles Marsh, y'all. My brother. Also, we have with us Yoshiyahu, Hebrew Israelite. Peace and blessings to you. Shabbat Shalom, fam. I love this. I love this. And they all booed up, coupled up together. Man, I love that, man. I love that right there. I love that. Peace and blessings to you, my fam. I really do appreciate that. Man, you know, I love to see that. It does. It just, man, it does something to my heart. And they all booed up. I love it. I love it. I don't say that because I am just a single man. I say that because it is just beautiful to see. It really is. Let's see who else here. Who else is here? All right. I believe that is everyone. Peace and blessings to you, each and every one. Hey, I love each and every one of you. Many of you, I've never even seen you by face, but listen, believe me when I tell you, you're in my heart. I love you. I love you. I love you. Really do. And I just want to say, I'm so thankful that you're here. Again, I usually say it at the end, I'm thankful for the two gifts that you give me, your time and your attention. But man, that thing is real. It really is. And I don't say that just because of the nation Israel, but it is truly, truly real. Well, hey, when I get back, we're going to go ahead and we're going to begin our Torah portion for today. We have witnessed Israel being born as they went through the waters. Now let's see how Israel begins to walk, and we will be right back.
Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Oh.
Now, I know that's new, but man, AI got me looking old, man. AI has got me looking old, but that's okay. That's okay. It's only a machine. It doesn't know any better. Okay, we're not going to try to spank it, but hey, they got me looking much older than I really am, right? But it's all right. It's all right. It's okay. Despite the fact that I do have a birthday coming up very, very soon. Yeah, so hey, all praises to the Most High for that. But you know what? Hey, we're going to get into our Torah portion, and I will be back so that we can get into our Torah portion. Well, this is, of course, is our Torah portion. We are going to, there is a typo. It really should be Exodus 18. It should be Exodus 18 going all the way through the end of chapter 20. Now, we understand that in chapter 20, we come to that famed meeting between the Most High and Israel himself, and we come into that with an understanding that the Most High has something in mind. Please keep in mind, the Most High just slam dunked Pharaoh, and he won a multi-dimensional game of chess in dealing with Israel. And now we're going to find out some of the particulars of why he was doing what he was doing. And so with that being the case, what we're going to do is we're going to actually go into the scriptures. We're going to go into the Torah portion. We're going to go into the reading. And what we're going to do is I'm going to take you there, my brothers and sisters. And what we're going to do is we're going to go there by means of our app. Yes, our app that you may call a Bible app. It is a Torah app. It is a Tanakh app. And you can find it at HaTanakh Online. HaTanakh Online. And so with that, we want you to understand that you can simply go here to portions. If you go to HaTanakh Online, okay, HaTanakh.online, you will come to this screen. And by the way, it is free. For those of you that do want to help us and support us, you can hit the upgrade button right here. And it's less than $5 per month for you to really help us. And those of you that have, I do thank you. I sincerely want to thank you for your support. I appreciate those of you of this community that have done so, and so all of you that will, I do want to thank you. I know that things may be a little crunchy for some. They're like, don't know if I can do that, but hey, that's okay. As the Most High touches your heart to do so, we thank you for everyone that follows through with that. And with that being the case, you can come right here and you can go to portions, and it'll give you our Torah portion as it begins with the month of Aviv according to the scriptures, right? According to what the Most High has said, we do follow through with the reading of the Torah based upon that and not any other time. All you do is hit the button here for read. And for those of you that have subscribed, you will be able to do other things that other individuals cannot. You will be able to hear the scriptures read to you in a voice of your own choice, okay, at the speed of your choosing. And of course, you're able to look at the scriptures in Hebrew or in English. You can do cross references, a study journal. There's comparative translations. All of these things are added, including scholarly insights, okay? And I also am continuing to add my personal notes to the Tanakh that you see, that'll bring highlights and that'll give you an understanding of where we are with the scriptures and how the Most High has designed his scriptures to aid us in living our everyday lives. Well, with that being the case, let's go ahead and let's take a look at the beginning of our reading. For we notice here that this is the Torah, this is Exodus, or the book of Shemot, chapter 18. And it says that when Yithro HaKohen, the Kohen of Midian, which was Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that Elohim had done for Moshe and for Israel, his people, and that Yah had brought Israel out of Mitzrayim, or Egypt, then Yithro, Moses' father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moshe's wife, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, which the name of one was Gershom, for he said, I have been an alien in a strange land, and the name of the other was Eliezer, for the Elohim of my father, said he, was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh when he was being sought for murder. Okay, he named his sons that. Okay, again, he did this because he was being like the Most High. Remember, Moshe sought the ways of the Most High, and he understood that the Most High was what we might call sentimental. When something happens of note, he always establishes some form of memory so that this becomes a part of the culture. It becomes a part of the cultural memory, and it becomes something that you do not forget. The injunction has been given to us that you shall remember all the way in which you have come. You shall remember all the way. In other words, everywhere you've gone, everything that has happened to you, everything that is a part of your journey, yes, you need to remember it. Now, I know what some of you might say. I know that Moshe named his kids based upon what had happened to him, but see, I'm trying to get over stuff. Please understand this. Please understand how the Most High deals with us. Notice how he's dealing with us in accord even with what we're reading. The Most High says, listen, what has happened to you in your past is yet and still a part of you. Many times what we call getting over it or getting beyond it is trying to somehow anesthetize ourselves from the pain of those actions, the pains of those, whatever those actions were, whatever happened, whatever we try to anesthetize because we don't want to feel the hurt, we don't want to feel the pain. And please understand this. I learned this long ago, that when something is healed, you can touch it and it won't hurt. If something still brings you pain, it's because you're not healed from it. Okay, and so the wisdom of the Most High is this is going to remain a part of your life. So it's very important for you to bring about the healing in that area. It's not going to go away. I've got a mark on my arm that happened, when I was I had to have been 4 or 5 years old, but I still have the remembrance of that mark on my arm. But guess what? I can touch it and it doesn't hurt me. Why? I see the mark of what happened and the trauma of that area, right? It was just a little burn, no big deal. But guess what? I'm healed from it, so I can touch it, I can remember it, and there is no issue. In fact, I could look at it and I say, well, thank you, Most High, that you've blessed me to heal from that, and that this no longer bothers me. This is what the Most High intends for us. And guess what? In order for you to bring that about, you're going to have to deal with the stuff that yet hurts you. If something yet hurts you, it means that you have not gotten the lesson and the positivity out of it. So you need to listen, you need to open that thing back up and allow there to be a place where the Most High can enter and bring you into a place of victory, a place of stability, a place of peace, a place of comfort, a place of shalom as in divine order, so that you can go back and remember that and understand. And look, sometimes health and healing comes through you saying, you know what, I knew that I had no business doing that. In fact, you know what, I opened up the door to some things, or perhaps even, you know what, It's very true that, a certain person took advantage of me, but guess what? The Most High delivered me. And there I was trying to love them, and they took advantage of me. Most High, I thank you that even when I was blind, you shielded me from that no good, dirty, low down. You get my point, right? You get my point. So there's always a way to bring out the positive. If you always say this, and you know what, I haven't said this in a while. If you have a negative, imagine a negative line. You make it a positive by taking that negative thing, drawing a line down the middle and saying, okay, on this side, we're going to separate what's bad from what's good. The good thing about this is, okay, and then you name the good things. The bad things are easy to name. They did me wrong. They talked about my mama. They kicked me in the shin. Okay, whatever, right? You write down the bad stuff, but then on the other side, you write down what's good. You have just made that negative thing a positive thing. So the Most High wants you to keep everything that you have ever gone through in your own personal, some people will call it a personal mythology. Other people will call it your individual culture. You need to make sure that your cultural memory includes everything so that you remain whole and that you remain intact. So Moshe here, meets Jethro, okay, meeting them in the wilderness. Why? Because Moshe told his father-in-law, look, you take Zipporah and you take the boys back home with you. Okay, I got business to do in Mitzrayim. I'm getting ready to go, toe to toe with Pharaoh. And so we want Zipporah to be safe. And so actually the term that's used here is that when he sent her away, it is the same wording, okay? It is the same wording as for divorce. But it doesn't mean that they were divorced. It simply means that basically Moses said, hey, I need you to go stay with your daddy. Because divorce, my brothers and sisters, was when the woman left your home. Now, again, this is the way that the Most High wants us to live. Marriage is a part of you bringing that woman into your home. No, not you shacking up with her, but you bringing her into your home. Okay, and divorce is when she leaves your home and goes back to her father's house with that note in hand that says, this writing then is, of course, breaking the covenant agreement, and I am divorcing you. Basically, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you. You may or may not list the terms, the thing that was found to be wrong, but you basically send her back to her daddy's house, right? And then that is the divorce. And from that second forward, according to Torah, you are able to remarry. You don't have to wait 6 months like they make you in the courts. You don't have to divide everything. Of course you can bless her, you can send her away, but that is scriptural divorce, where the woman leaves your home. Now, if she is living with you in your home and you are being physically intimate together, that then constitutes the marriage, and you are to continue to take care of her and provide for her. And of course, it is a symbiotic relationship where you bless each other and you are together as one. Well, again, this was likened unto divorce only in the sense that Zipporah was sent out of Moshe's house, and basically she was to take the boys, but this was for safekeeping. We see here that it was only for safekeeping because we see that Jethro brings back Zipporah and brings back Gershom, okay, and brings back Eleazar. And so we find that, yes, here they are, okay. And I want to say something here, because you take a look, right, and you see the two sons of Moshe. You see Gershom and you see Eleazar here, right? Well, here's the interesting thing. Notice you don't read much about the sons of Moshe. You don't read much about them at all. It is as if they became somewhat obscure. Some might say daddy's shoes were too big and the boys just couldn't seem to walk in them. While that may or may not be the case, it does show you that sometimes the sons are not greater than the father, or the sons may not do greater than the father. Sometimes sons are engulfed in their father's shadow, and this definitely seems to be the case of Gershom and Eleazar. They are their personages and tribes are alluded to a little bit later, and the people groups of their families, but they themselves as being king pillars and notable men, and those who stand out like Yehoshua, Joshua. Why wasn't Gershom or Eleazar, why were they not chosen instead of Joshua? Well, again, the Most High, he is not a respecter of persons. Sometimes a child remains under their father's shadow, and it is, the race is, we know the race is not given to the swift, but he that endures to the end, according to the scriptures. But also, it's sometimes it's just not in the cards, right? It's just not in the cards. It is not the will of the Most High. Now, this can also be considered a blessing. Why? Because when you take a look, and let me show you how this could be a blessing. I know people, may be like, no, I want to be great like my daddy. In fact, I want to be greater than my daddy. Here's the blessing behind Gershom and Eleazar, as well as all those that you see and find in the genealogies, right? So-and-so begot so-and-so, so-and-so begot so-and-so. You may not read where they did anything great, but do you know why that's a blessing? It's a blessing because their life destiny in pleasing the Most High was simply to exist and to keep the divine order moving. You don't have to move mountains. You don't have to lift the whole world up on your shoulders. All you have to do is live right and keep living from day to day. That is your assignment. So don't worry about, oh man, my name is not up in neon lights and I'm not great. Don't worry about that at all. Please understand that sometimes it's the will of the Most High for you to just live, right? For you to live and enjoy life and enjoy walking in the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. What we find here that in verse 5, Jethro, Moshe's father-in-law, he came with the sons, right? He came with the sons and his wife unto Moshe unto the wilderness, where he encamped at the Mount of Elohim. So Moshe comes back to the mountain where he originally had the burning bush encounter with the Most High, right? For that was the mountain of God. Okay, Harel, that was the mountain of God. And so now they are back at that mountain. And so Yithro, Ruel meets his son-in-law, Moshe, with his wife and with his two grandsons. And so notice what we pick up here as they continue. And he said unto Moshe, I, thy father, Yithro, am come unto you, and your wife and her two sons with her. And Moshe went out to meet his father-in-law, right, and did obeisance and kissed him. And they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moshe told his father-in-law all that Yah had done. Now, I want you to notice this, because this is going to show us something about Yahwism. It's going to show us something about where Yithro was and about him being the priest of Midian. So notice, and Moshe told his father-in-law all that Yah had done unto Pharaoh, unto the king of Egypt, and the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and all the travail that had come upon them by the way, and how Yah delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced for all the goodness which Yah had done to Israel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Egyptians. Verse 10. Now notice what Jethro says here. And Yithro said, Blessed be Yah, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who have delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptians. Look at what he says in verse number 11. Very key. Write this verse down in your notes. It is extremely important. He says, Now as in this very moment of time, okay, I'm cognizant of the fact that Yah is greater than all gods. For in the thing wherein they dealt proudly, he was above them. So understand what this is saying. This is intimating the simple fact that Yethro, he was not a monotheist. Ruel was a polytheist, or perhaps even a henotheist. Well, what is the difference? A polytheist is someone who says, like the Egyptians. And I know it can be argued that they were henotheistic. Okay, fine, right? But here's the interesting thing. A polytheist says, man, there's a whole bunch of gods out here. And depending on the day of the week, or depending on what I want to get, hey, I'm gonna make that God supreme. I'm gonna act like that God is the only one, and so I can get along, get what I want, so forth and so on. We find that in the book of Hosea, where it's mentioned about the woman who is sacrificing unto idols, and she doesn't know. The Most High says she doesn't know that I'm the one that's given her her corn. I'm the one that's given her her oil that she's given to them idols. And the Most High is letting her know, hey, I'm the one, I'm the guy, right? But you're worshiping these idols, and that really does give us an example of what many people are doing today. Yah, our Elohim, is blessing them, but they're praying to Jesus, they're praying to others, and they don't know that it is the Most High himself that is being gracious, that is being merciful unto them, in order that they might find their way to him. It is he is the one blessing them, but they're giving praise unto another. Well, as we take a look here, a henotheist says, I know that there's all these other little, gods, but I have to go through them to get to the supreme God, right? I got to go through them to get to, and by the way, there are some sects of Judaism that embrace that yet today. You need to go through the Shekinah to get to, the Most High. You can't go to the Most High directly. See, this is why I say that Christianity is the bastard love child of Greek Hellenism and first century rabbinical Judaism. Because a lot of things that you see established in stone today in Christianity did begin with the rabbinical Pharisaic, revelation, interpretation of a scripture that really did facilitate the Christians in establishing their own doctrine. Okay. Well, as we take a look here, Jethro says, now I know that Yah is greater than all gods. So this also says to us that now it can be taken as if, Ruel just believed that there were other gods. That doesn't mean that there were other gods. That just means that Ruel thought that there were other gods, because really there is no other God. Well, okay, this is what I'm going to say to that. Okay. When you take a look at what we're going to read later, where the Most High says, you shall not have any other Elohim before me. That alone really does say, it's not just your imagination. There are other spirit beings that do populate the spirit world. Okay. Now, I'm the greatest of them all. That's why I'm the Most High, right? That's why I'm El Shaddai. I'm the God of the Shaddim. The Shaddim are the spiritual beings. I'm the God of the Shaddim. I'm El Shaddai. I'm the Supreme. So there are other spiritual beings that are in the spirit realm. Okay, I know that romantically we want to say, there's not absolutely anybody else around spiritually. There's just God. Well, I mean, even the Mal'akim, what we call angels, or those who are the B'nai Elohim, they are spirit beings that exist in that spiritual realm, and they all serve the Most High. Okay? And there is not a single one of them that's named Satan. Okay? And I can prove that to you by scripture. Okay, so with that being the case, there are other spirit beings that are in the spirit world. We can't get beyond that. You can't get beyond that, right? Now, the only one that deserves to be called the Most High is Yah, and we understand that, right? So therefore, we are monotheistic in our understanding and in our practice, yet we understand that there are Malachim or B'nai Elohim. But here, Yithro says, you know what? I know that there are truly other spirit beings that are in the spirit world, but Yah or Elohim, he is greater than every last one of them. For in this thing wherein he dealt proudly over them. Now, Egypt had well over 200 gods. Okay. And I know it could be argued, well, you have to understand the thinking of the ancient inhabitants of Kemet, ancient inhabitants of Al-Kebulan, the ancient, those of Mitzrayim. They were scientific, right? They are where chemistry come from, okay? From Kemet. They were these dark Africans who understood chemistry, and that's really where chemistry comes from. You have some people that will tell you the truth about that. I'll never forget, I'm not going to date myself, but when I was in high school, I had a chemistry teacher that told me this, and he told us in class, he said that those in ancient Egypt, places called Kemet, they were black, and that's where chemistry came from. This was my chemistry professor. So long story short, they were within themselves understanding that scientific principles, they personified them, right? They personified these scientific principles, and they made them their netcheru, or a part of their nature, or a part of their gods. Well, while that may be true, we find here where Ruel understands that there are more spiritual beings that populate the spirit world than perhaps meet the eye. Remember also too how Elijah prayed for his servant, and he said, those that be with us are more than those that be with them, indicating that there are those that are those, right? There are those that are there. So with that being the case, yeah, there are other beings in the spirit world, okay? But it just, hey, here's the question. Whose side are you on, right? Who are you serving? Well, we serve hallelujah, hallelujah. We serve the Most High, and we serve him alone with great gladness and with great joy. Well, we serve him, right? And I want you to notice here, Jethro said, hey, now I know. See, I was kind of curious, because there's a whole bunch of them out there. But I was kind of curious, in my limited understanding, who the greatest was. But now I know who the greatest is, because we were thinking that the gods of the Egyptians were really something. Well, now we know that, hey, when it comes to who is the kingpin, we know exactly who is the head of everything, and it's Yah, because he dealt proudly with them. He dealt with them. They were the ones that dealt proudly, but the Most High dealt with them. And in 12th verse, and Yithro, Moshe's father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for Elohim. And Naharon came, and all the elders of Israel, to eat bread with Moshe's father-in-law before Elohim. Now, please understand that when Yithro does this, he's doing so in his priestly function. He's just crossed over from either henotheism or polytheism into monotheism. He prepares a sacrifice for Elohim. He prepares a sacrifice for the Most High. And of course, Moshe, Aaron, okay, and all the elders of Israel, they ate and they partook in Ruel or Yithro's sacrifice that was dedicated unto Elohim. So this was something that was sanctioned and that was okayed, right? As Jethro himself performed a sacrifice, okay? And verse 13, and it came to pass on the morrow that Moshe sat to judge all the people that stood before him from morning all the way through to the evening. I know he was tired. And when Moshe's father-in-law saw that he did so, he said, man, what in the world are you doing, dude? Why in the frog legs are you judging all these people like this, man? You're gonna wear yourself out. In the Hebrew, it says that you're gonna wither yourself out, which is something that is more so akin to those who are in an agricultural setting. You're going to wither yourself out like a plant. All of your life forces are going to be drained out of you, and you're going to wither like a plant. Well, Moshe, again, his father-in-law, showing him wisdom, right? Showing himself to be, in this essence, superior to a degree, right? Moshe is respecting his elders. He bowed down and kissed his elder. Now he's going to listen to his elder. Okay. Ruel said, I am your father, basically, to him, right? Which Moshe agreed with. So then Ruel does have weight, and he carries weight spiritually, and he carries weight physically. And notice, he says, look, when they have a matter, they come to you. I'm sorry. He says, when they have a matter, they come to me, and I judge between one and another, and I do make them to know the statutes of Elohim and his laws. Okay. And Moshe's father-in-law said to him, man, look, dude, what you're doing ain't good at all, man. You are getting ready to mess yourself up big time. You shall surely wear away. You're going to wither away, both you and the people, right, that are with you. For this thing is too heavy for you, dude. You can't do it, man. You are not able to perform it all by yourself. You can't do it. This is a nation of people. So now we understand that Israel learns how to walk, and that Moshe now is understanding that he has to delegate authority. This happens by means, as we see, that the Most High has a solution for this particular situation. He wants Moshe to be the leader of the people, as he's called him to lead them about, right? And so the Most High is invested in the character of Moshe, and he is a good leader. He is faithful in the house of the Most High. But now we find where Moshe cannot do everything all by himself. So what then is the solution? The Most High says, I got the answer, and we're going to see exactly what happens here. The Most High says, I've got the answer, so let's see. So it says, Ruel in verse 19 says, okay, look, dude, listen to me, Moses, listen to me. Look, I'm about to drop some knowledge on you. It's going to be good for you. I need you to hear me, Moses. Elohim is going to be with you, right? But you be for the people to Elohim. In other words, dude, your main focus should be going before the Most High, and then you bring in the word to the people, okay? That you may bring the causes unto Elohim. In other words, dude, you are the one that's going to relay message from the people to Elohim and from Elohim to the people, okay, in the establishment of the covenant. Now, when you take a look at this, we'll find out that this is something that the Most High agrees with. The Most High does allow Moshe to do this, but this is something that's going to help Moses. Verse 20, Ruel says, and you shall teach them ordinances and laws, and shall show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work they must do. Moreover, you shall provide out of all the people able men such as fear Elohim, men of truth, hating covetousness. In other words, hating bribes, don't want to take a bribe, and place over them to be rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And let them judge the people at all seasons. And it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto you, but every small matter they're going to judge. So shall it be easy for you and yourself, and they shall bear the burden. Israel learns how to walk governmentally. In other words, in governance, Israel begins to understand how they are to walk and what they are to do. Verse 23, and if you shall do this thing, and Elohim command thee so, then you're going to be able to endure. Because dude, the way you doing it, hey man, you on your way out of here and you don't even know it. So Moshe hearkened unto the voice of his father-in-law and did all that he said. And Moshe chose able men out of all Israel and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard causes they brought unto Moshe, but every man Every small matter they judge themselves. And Moshe let his father-in-law in Torah depart, and he went his way unto his own land, now that he dropped knowledge on Moshe, and he brought back his woman and his 2 boys. Chapter 19, verse number 1. In the third month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, at the 3rd new moon after they had gone, they came that same day, on the day of the new moon, they came into the wilderness of Sinai, for they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Israel camped before the mountain. So they went further, right, and they camped at the mountain, and now Moshe went up unto Elohim, and Yah called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shall you say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Israel. Now, this is always significant, because you're going to see where there is a mention of Yaakov or Jacob, and there's also a mention of Israel. The individual with the issues, the individual that needs to be refined and perfected is Yaakov, but also those who are the remnant, those who are living correctly, they are Israel. There's always this significance. In other words, in the entire group, you're going to have those that are Yaakov, and you're going to have those that are Israel. This distinction is always made. It's made periodically throughout the entirety of the Tanakh, where you have Yaakov and you have Israel, because the Most High has the remnant of Israel always within Yaakov. Okay? Someone's got to take out the garbage. Someone's got to bring in the groceries. The remnant that the Most High has is true Israel, but all those that bear the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they are simply called by the name of Yaakov, meaning that they might still be of that tenure to be like, hey, I'm going to trick you to get what I want. Hey, yeah, I'm walking with the Most High, but you know what? Hey, I'm not perfect, and I might, steal something from you. Yeah, that's Yaakov. I might cuss you out on the street and think that I'm doing the will of the Most High. I might dog you out and talk about your mama, because I want you to believe the Torah like I believe it. That's Yaakov. But Israel are the ones that are walking in covenant and the ones that are blessed of the Most High. Well, you take a look at this and you understand that Yaakov and Israel are being mentioned. And I know that some people say that this is parallelism, but it's more than just simple parallelism, okay? Even in parallelism, you get an expanded view of what is being discussed. And so we understand that Yaakov and Israel, it's like there's 2 sides of the same coin. Don't want to say that it's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but you get my point. This is a different kind of individual than this individual, even though they're both a part of the same house. Yaakov, Yisrael, we understand them to be different but the same. Notice what we read here in verse number 4. Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle's wings and brought you unto myself. Notice the poetic and the idiomatic sayings of the Most High. He's saying, look, I want you to understand that what I did for you was by a mighty hand, right? And I bore you on eagle's wings, number one, because you're an eagle yourself. That is the significance of this. Part of the significance is that you're an eagle yourself. You are intended to be an eagle. You're not like the other nations. You are an eagle, and so you know what happens. Rather than us wanting to hang around the eagles and stay with the Most High, many of us being eagles, we chose to hang around with the chickens, right? And so we ended up on somebody's plate rather than being the eagle that the Most High intended us to be. Well, he says, you saw what I did unto the Egyptians. I bear you on eagle's wings. Why? Because you're eagles yourselves, but also because you can't fly yet. You can barely walk. You can't even fly yet. So I have to do this until you're able to fly. Now, therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed and keep my covenant, my brit, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. Now, again, we see a lot of significance in this particular verse, because he mentions here that you're going to be my peculiar treasure. The reason why he says my peculiar treasure is because what is being referred to as an actual sacred object of metal that is used to establish a covenant. In other words, this is covenant language. And the Most High is saying, you're going to be and you're going to represent the covenant unto me, which is why we have to walk in the covenant. Okay, we're his treasure of the covenant. When he says treasure, he doesn't mean a whole bunch of silver. He doesn't mean blocks of gold. He's saying, you know what? You are a treasure unto me. Yes, you're valuable, but you're valuable because you are a treasure that is an instrument of the covenant. In other words, you are a covenant treasure, and not just a bar of gold, not just a bunch of silver. No, you represent covenant unto me, and therefore you are a treasure. And it says, hey, this is going to be the case above all people on the earth that belongs unto me. And you shall be unto me a kingdom of Kohanim, a kingdom of priests, and an holy nation. Okay, these are the words where you shall speak unto the children of Israel. Well, why didn't he say the children of Yaakov? Notice here, even though he addresses Yaakov and Israel, right? He addresses them, but notice he says, you know what, you're going to say this to the house of Yaakov and also to Israel. But when it comes down here to those that are going to be the children, those that are going to be the treasure, okay, you're my peculiar treasure. And notice he says, hey, you're going to speak this to Israel. Israel's going to hear this. Those who are Yaakov, they're not going to be able to walk in this, but those who are Israel, they are going to be able to walk in this. Again, it's more than just parallelism, right? And Moshe came and called the elders of the people. He called the elders of the people and laid it before their faces, all these words which Yah commanded him. Now, some scholars have said, you know, this was just Moses speaking unto the elders. Others said, no, there were actually writings that Moshe showed the people, because it says that he laid before their faces all these words. Rather than just saying he spoke these words unto them, it says that he laid before their faces all these words, which is language indicative of something being shown unto them rather than them simply hearing something. Again, this kind of establishes the fact that we did have a literary tradition. Okay, we had a literary tradition in Israel where we were about reading and we were about writing. Verse number 8, and all the people answered together and said, all that Yah hath spoken we will do. And Moshe returned the words of the people unto Yah. So now notice, it didn't say that he laid out the words of the people. He returned the words unto Yah that the people had said. They said, you know what, we're going to do exactly what he said, right? We're going to do it. We're going to do everything that the Most High has said. Now, this is also going to come back to bite them. And we're going to see exactly when that happens. Notice what it reads in verse number 8. And all the people answered together and said, all that Yah has spoken, we sure gonna do it, man. We gonna do it for real, man. We just gonna do everything that the Most High said to do. And we ain't even playing. We serious too. We gonna do it. Verse number 9. And Yah said unto Moshe, lo, I come unto you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak to thee, and believe thee forever. And Moshe told the words of the people unto Yah. So notice here, the Most High, listen, the Most High knows how to set things up. If you notice, and I've brought note to this many times, that the people never mentioned before Moses, hey, you didn't hear from the Most High. You never heard the law. You never got. Notice you don't find any indictment. There were times when they wanted to stone Moshe. They wanted to stone him, but there was never a time where anybody said, no, you ain't never heard nothing from the Most High. No, everybody knew. Why? Because the Most High wanted everybody to know that, hey, Moshe is my guy. He's my guy, and I'm talking to him, right? Now, we're going to discover when the Most High speaks and the people hear that they're going to be definitely afraid of the Most High and say, look, we don't want to hear that voice again. We don't ever again want to hear him talk, because man, it's just too scary for us. We didn't have enough Pampers for everybody. When the Most High started speaking, we didn't have that many Pampers, man. They ran out of them at the store, man. We needed diapers, man, because we was afraid. We was afraid when the Most High started talking. But Moshe dealt with the Most High all the time, okay? Didn't need Depends, didn't need any diapers. He dealt with the Most High all the time, and he heard the voice of the Most High. Now, might I say, if there was anyone that the Most High would establish as a mediator between him and mankind, it would have been Moses, right? It would have been Moshe. It would have been him. But never did the Most High say, hey, you can't speak to me on your own. You need a liaison, right? We find that the Most High said, hey, you know what? I want you to call me by name. I want you to call upon me. And that's exactly what he intended. Well, continuing, okay, in the midst of the thick cloud, right, the people heard him speak in order that they might believe him forever. And so I love that, because the Most High knows how to establish your place in Israel. If you don't have a place, trust me, the Most High knows how to establish your place. He will make it so that people will understand and will respect you, okay? And where you are is simply where the Most High wants you to be. Verse number 10, and that includes myself as well. I'm very mindful of that. And Yah said unto Moshe, go unto the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the third day. For the third day Yah will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. So again, the Most High is setting it up to where the people can understand this thing right here. It is serious. It is very, very serious. Verse number 12, and thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, don't you dare touch this. If you touch this, hey, skull and crossbones for you. You're going to die doorknob dead if you touch this, because you ain't supposed to touch it, okay? There shall not a hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through, whether it be a man, beast, frog, whatever. It shall not live. When the trumpet sounded long, they shall come up to the mount. But they better not touch it, but they're just going to draw near. That's all they're going to do. They're going to draw near. And Moshe, verse number 14, and Moshe went down from the mount unto the people and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, be ready against the third day. Don't listen. You're going to have to stay away from your women, man. I know she looking good, but you're going to have to stay away from her for 3 days. You're going to have to endure for 3 days, okay? And it came to pass that on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud came upon the mountain, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp, hey, start putting on them depends. They started trembling. They got scared. It was like, man, something serious is going on here. Looks like the end of the world. Well, here's something that is interesting, because it says that the voice of the trumpet, okay, was heard. This was not the shofar. This is not the same word as the shofar, but something was heard that was likened unto the sound. In other words, the Torah is intimating that this was the sound of a horn that was not a ram's horn. What they heard was something different, something perhaps even celestial, something that was perhaps even supernatural, that sounded like it was some kind of horn, but they had never heard this kind of an instrument ever before in their lives, which again allowed them to embrace a level of fear and trembling that, hey, that was different than any other time before. Verse 17, and Moshe brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with Elohim, and they stood at the nether part of the mountain. And Mount Sinai altogether was on the smoke, because Yah descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mountain quake. In other words, they are looking at a mountain that is shaking. And you better believe that when they started seeing the mountain shake and the horn blasting loud and the thick darkness and peals of lightning, everybody got scared. Okay, if you read Deuteronomy, you'll see where Moshe even testified himself. He said, look, man, hey, I know I was the one that it was, leading the show, but dude, I was scared. I mean, and I've experienced that before, but man, I was still dealing with it. And so it says here, verse number 19, and when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and waxed louder and louder, man, these people, listen, by the time they listen, it is said that in order to get someone to remember something that they will never, ever, ever forget, there's a level of trauma that has to be intermixed with the experience and associated with the experience in order to bring about a lasting, if not an everlasting memory. And if you notice how no one ever brought up an indictment against Moshe, saying that never happened, you never heard from the Most High, it was indelibly etched in the minds and in the hearts of the people that, man, not only did this happen, but really our grandchildren are going to be afraid of this, because we're so afraid of this right now until it's just, we don't ever want this experience ever again. So there's a level of trauma that has to be interwoven into that thing in order for it to be a lasting memory. Here, the Most High is allowing them to experience things that they have never experienced before. A voice of a trumpet that was not like anything that they had heard before. And it's going for such a long time, like ain't nobody got that much breath where they can hold it. So they're thinking about all of this. Not only does this sound strange, but ain't nobody got that much breath that they can hold a note for a whole hour. But not only that, it's getting louder and louder and louder. So when you think that somebody's running out of breath because all they knew was the shofar, right? Well, this thing is getting louder and louder and louder. And then Moshe is speaking with the Most High, and then they're hearing him answer by what sounds to them like thunder as they see the lightning peal and as they experience the darkness. The people are having a hard time dealing with this psychologically. It is a good kind of a trauma. Hallelujah, hallelujah. It is a good kind of trauma because the Most High is etching his presence, etching his abilities in the minds and in the hearts of the people. Now, granted, it's more than what they're used to, and yeah, it's knocking their socks off, but at the same time, the Most High is establishing his presence with them, and it is something that they will never forget. Well, as we continue, verse number 20, and Yah came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mount, and Yah called Moshe up to the top of the mountain, and Moshe went up. And Yah said unto Moshe, look, I know I just called you up here, but man, listen, I'm reading what the people are doing in their hearts, and they want to look. They're like, hey, I want to see. And this actually is something that is akin to human nature. It's like people do on the highway when there's an accident or fender bender. Yah forbid that there should be, but people want to look. They want to see. A lot of times traffic slows down because people want to see. Why do you have the news? Because people want to see what's going on. And so people wanted to see, especially, think about it for a minute. Here is the God of the universe. And they're like, man, he's really over there. Imagine if you were in a shopping mall and there's a crowd of people surrounding one person, and somebody said, that's Denzel Washington, or that's Michael Jackson. Man, you'd be like, oh, man, that's Michael Jackson, or man, that's Denzel White, and you'd want to go, you'd run a run, and you'd want to see, right? I want to see. I've got to see, especially if it's someone that's your so-called favorite artist, favorite musician, right? You're like, man, which reminds me of the time. I won't tell you about the time when I saw Cedric the Entertainer, and where I saw them personally, and other famous people that I've been blessed to be able to see. There is a kind of feeling that goes along with that when you meet someone that is labeled to be great, right? Well, the people wanted to see, right? The people wanted to see. So Most High said, look, these people are getting ready to break through that barrier. Okay. You need to go make sure that they don't do that. So the Most High sent Moshe right back down. Okay. And says, go down and charge the people lest they break through to gaze. And many of them perish. They just wanted to see. I want to see. Ooh, I want to see. Okay. And let the Kohanim also, which come near unto Yah, sanctify themselves, lest Yah break forth upon them. Now, let me bring this out, because there is some confusion concerning this verse. Well, what confusion is there, More? Notice when it says here, and let the Kohanim. Well, what priests? There weren't any priests. How can there be priests when there weren't any priests? How can there be priests? Oh, see, there's a problem. See, this is a contradiction. No, it's not a contradiction. You listen, if you understand, the Most High said, hey, you're going to consecrate the firstborn. The reason why you're going to consecrate the firstborn, because they're going to be dedicated unto me. They were the first priesthood. Okay, so the Kohanim were actually those who were the firstborn from among all the families. Okay, but because of the golden calf incident, the Levites then as a tribe were inaugurated into the priestly office, and therefore the firstborn, they kept their ability to inherit, okay, and have the double portion. They always had that, right? That was always established. They always had honor within the home, but now they would not have the priestly duties, but yet and still they were special before the Most High. Okay? It's just that now the Levites took over the temple and what would be the temple and the service of the Most High. So there were priests. These were the firstborn. Okay? And let them also come near unto Yah and sanctify themselves, lest Yah breaks forth upon them. In verse number 23, and Moshe said unto Yah, the people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for you charged us, saying, set bounds upon the mount and sanctify it. Okay, in other words, Moshe said to the Most High, the people not going, we told them that they came. We told them that they came. And Moses said unto him, look, get out of here and do what I said. Verse number 24, get away from here and do what I said. I done told you they about to break through, and you telling me that you told them. Okay. Away, get thee down. Okay. And you're going to come up, you and Aaron, Aharon, with you. Okay, but let not the Kohanim and the people break through to come up unto Yah, lest he break forth upon them. Don't do it. Now, just do what I say. Go on, do what I say. Okay, I know you told them, but you need to go back again. So Moshe went down unto the people, and he spake unto them. Chapter 20, verse number 1. And Elohim spake all these words, saying, I am Yah. I am Yahweh. I am your Elohim. Elohim is the function and title. My name is Yah. And I brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage. In other words, I have saved you when you could not save yourself. I have redeemed you when you could not redeem yourself. Okay? Therefore, you owe your life unto me. I am the sovereign, and you, while you rule and I establish and I give to you a level of authority, you're going to rule under me because I am supreme. Basically, you owe me your life. You really do. Otherwise, you would be still in bondage. Okay. All right. So because you owe me your life, this is what's going to happen. You're not going to have any other gods before me. You're not going to have any other gods instead of me. You're not going to have any other Elohim in place of me. You're not going to have any Elohim equal with me. You're not going to have any Elohim whatsoever, even before my face or in my presence. You are not to do that. But what has Christianity done? Said, oh, God is three persons, and you got a Father and a Son, and you got this bird that's also the Holy Spirit. And the Most High said, no. I don't share my glory with another. You're not to have any other gods before me. Don't have any other gods even around me. Okay. Some scholars have taken this to mean when it says that you shall have no other gods before me, they have discovered that there were images. And sometimes maybe I need to do a teaching on images themselves, because Israel did have images, even images that represented the presence of the Most High, including the Ark of the Covenant, okay, which was seen to be the presence of the Most High, where the Most High said, I will speak to you from above the mercy seat. So therefore, it was a point of contact between Israel and between the Most High, where there were other objects as well. There were other objects. And so scholars have noted that what this also indicates is that you are not going to have any other Elohim in my place, which is why you understand the whole story behind Dagon when the Ark of the Covenant was put in the same house as Dagon. The other image could not stand because the Most High himself said, hey, I ain't sharing this house with you. I ain't sharing this house with you. We can't be in the same house. So basically the head of Dagon was cut off in the hands, and it was put on its face, bowing down before the Ark of the Covenant. Well, again, this is some spiritual warfare. The Most High was saying, hey, we ain't sharing space. I don't care what the people may think, but they're going to understand today. They're going to learn today. And so they found Dagon on his face. Well, as we continue here, he says, you know what? You're not to have any other Elohim before me. Not instead of me, not representing me, not next to me. No, you ain't going to do it. I ain't going to let you do it. Verse number 4, and you shall not make unto you any graven image or likeness of anything that is in the heavens above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. Which is to say, and many scholars have looked at this and said, well, and I have to agree with them on this point. This is saying that it's not a problem with you having images. From what was found in Bacchus cave, they found Ten Commandments, found a little box that looked somewhat like an ossuary, small wooden ossuary, perhaps even of stone, but it was carved, okay? And it had the 10 Commandments, it had the 10 sayings. Well, Israel did always have images. When you look at the decoration of the temple, there were images inscribed within the drapes. There were images in other places, right? Notice it mentions in Hosea chapter 3, verse 4, it says, Israel is going to be without a teraphim. What? An image. Well, what are you talking about, an image? I know some want to do this, they want to harmonize it and say, hey, what that means is they can't have their idols. But listen, they have found where there was in the temple an object, a physical object, which represented the presence of the Most High. Now, they weren't to bow down to it and worship it, okay? But it was to be considered a connecting point between the Most High and his people. And so we see here, while we cannot deny that by means of archaeology or even by the scriptures, it is definitely true that there were images that Israel did have. They just weren't to bow down to them. So we look here, verse number 6. In fact, let me continue to read that. You shall not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. Now, the images are going to be there, but you're not to bow down to them. You're not going to serve them. For I, Yah, your Elohim, listen. I'm very zealous or jealous. I'm feeling this thing real strong, okay? And I'm very serious about this. And I also visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and the fourth generation of them that hate me. Now, notice he said, I visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and not the transgressions of the fathers upon the children. The Most High does not judge the children based upon the father's sins, but iniquity is attached to the guilt of sin. In other words, if you bear the guilt, and in other words, that thing is still in your heart. You still want to worship idols. Your daddy and them worship idols and they got in trouble for it, but you still on the same thing. Then yes, then you are full of that iniquity, and the Most High has got to get that thing out of you. Okay. So notice it says iniquity and not transgression. They are not interchangeable. The transgression is the act. The iniquity is the psycho-spiritual additive that says, hey, I did wrong and I'm guilty. And this thing is still in my heart. I am guilty of it. I'm into that sin. I'm into that stuff. I am guilty of it. Well, he says, I'm visiting whether or not the children have the same thing in them that cause their fathers to sin. I'm going to visit that upon them to the third and the fourth generation, if even them that hate me. Okay, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me. So if what they have in their heart is love for me, I'm going to come and check and see if they got that same iniquity that their fathers did. I'm going to come and I'm going to check for that. Why? Because we all have the ability to sin. We all have the ability to do wrong. It's just a matter of whether or not we take the right choice, which is why in Genesis 4:7, the Most High said, Cain, wake up, smell the Maxwell house. Dude, there's sin lying at your door, but you're going to rule over it if you make the right choice. It's all about making the right choice. And so the Most High wants you to know, I'm visiting what you've got in your heart upon the third and fourth generations. Okay. In verse number 6, and I'm showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and that keep my commandments, my mitzvahot. And verse number 7, and you shall not take the name of Yah, your Elohim, in vain. In other words, you're not going to make an oath in vain. You're not going to take the presence of the Most High to be in vain. You're not going to take the character of the Most High to be in vain. You get in trouble for all of that, right? It says, I'm not going to hold him guiltless that takes my name and makes an oath and that says, hey, man, I'm swearing to the Most High, but then you don't do it or it's a lie. Okay? It says, look, I'm going to judge that. Remember Shabbat to keep it holy, which is what we're doing today by doing no work during the daylight hours. Okay? Because we're honoring Shabbat. We're spending time with the Most High. Hallelujah. 6 days are you going to labor and you're going to do all your work. But the seventh is a Shabbat. It's a rest unto Yah, your Elohim. In it you shall not do any work, you nor your sons, nor your daughter, nor your butlers, nor your maids, nor your cattle, okay, nor even the stranger that is within your gates. You're not even going to allow it, even for those who are foreigners that are dwelling with you. You're not going to allow it. For in 6 days Yah made the heavens and the earth and the sea and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yah blessed the Sabbath day, and he made it holy. Again, the Most High is very sentimental, right? He remembers things, and he establishes a memorial for them. Do me a favor. Let me just take a second to refresh myself and get something to drink. I will be right back.
Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat morning coffee.
All right, I got a couple of swallows of coffee. So here we go. This is Shabbat Morning Coffee. Welcome those of you that are joining us. We are finishing up with Exodus chapter 20. And yes, this is our Torah portion, Exodus 18 all the way through the end of Exodus 20. And welcome each and every one of you. Well, let us return back into the scriptures. Let's dig in some more. We're at verse number 11. And notice what it reads. For in 6 days, Yah made Shemaim and earth. He made the heavens and the earth, right? So he blessed Shabbat, blessed the seventh day, and he hallowed it. Also, it says here in verse number 12, it says, you know what? To be holy before the Most High, you've got to honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which Yah, your Elohim, gives you. Now, this is not just a repository or a promise of a future blessing, okay? Kind of like, something more so passive, like, the Most High is really gonna let you live, a certain kind of way if you take care of your mama and you take care of your daddy. There was a question raised by one of the regulars here that's like, hey, I mean, like, what if how do you honor your father if your daddy, if your papa was a let me put it in my terms, if your papa was a rolling stone and wherever he laid his hat was his home, how do you honor someone that's in the words of Pootie Tang, a no good, dirty, low down tippy tie, whatever that is? How do you honor someone that is not the best? Well, okay. You yet and still honor them by means of honoring them as your father, giving them respect as your father, right? And sometimes that means being passive, even a passive resistive kind of an individual, where, they may say something out of their head and you're like, well, okay, well, thank you for giving me that advice. Knowing all the time that you're going to follow the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, and you're going to do what's in your heart to do. In other words, you don't have to disrespect them. Okay? Thank you for sharing that with me. And then you go about your business. So you can honor your mother and your father, right? Because keep in mind, someday you're going to be their age and you want your children to respect you, even when they think that you are wrong. So you have to watch it and make sure that you honor your mother and your father. But there's another side to this coin, because it is noted that if you were a child, okay, even of adult age, if you were lazy, if you were not contributing to society, they would grab you, take you to the elders of the city and say, look, we done told this boy, get a job, start your business, do something. But he ain't trying to do nothing. And they would chastise him. And if he was like a drunkard, and look, especially if he hit his mama or his daddy, or he cussed at his mama or his daddy, that was capital punishment. You left earth for that, okay? So again, this makes this very literal. Honor your mother and your father, that your days may be long upon the land which Yah gives you. A lot of things that children get away with today, they definitely would not have gotten away with back then in these times. You shall, and by the way, this is one thing that I love about Africa, in that you find this yet existing very strong in Africa, to the point to where mama and daddy, even in adulthood, mama and daddy is honored, even obeyed, okay? And it's a beautiful thing to see. You shall not shed innocent blood, you shall not kill, okay? Now, here it says kill. I'm going to have to update this to say the word murder, because it is actually true. This basically is just killing anything, right? But no, we do not commit murder, meaning that we do not shed innocent blood. I'm going to have to make a note. I'm going to have to make sure that that reads more accurate to the Hebrew. You shall not commit adultery, okay? We all know what that is, right? You shall not steal. We know what that is. And you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. Okay, you could not like your neighbor, but you ain't gonna set them up, and you're not gonna say something falsely against them. And keep in mind, your neighbor was your Hebrew brother and sister that was with you in covenant. Okay, this is not just the person living next to you. The understanding is that the person living next to you is an individual that's also walking in covenant, just as you are. Well, verse number 17 reads, "And you shall not covet your neighbor's house." Okay. Woo, I like their house. I wish, there's some kind of way I could take their house. No, you shall not covet your neighbor's house, nor covet your neighbor's wife. I know she looking good, but she ain't yours. Keep your hands off of her. Nor his maid, nor his butler, nor the ox, any of his transportation, working equipment, right? Nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is your neighbor's. In other words, you are not to lust after and covet after anything that your neighbor has, right? The Most High is going to bless you, right? According to what he wants you to have. Verse number 18. "And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings, and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they were moved and stood afar off. They said, man, we don't want no part of this. What in the frog legs is going on here? This is crazy." They said, man, we getting out of here. And this is, again, a natural, listen, when the Most High turned up, man, when he turned up, they're like, hey, no, I'm backing away slowly, want no part of this. Verse 19. "And they said unto Moshe, speak unto us." And look, dude, if you talk to us, Moses, we ain't got a problem with that. But let not Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And what I love about this is the Most High is saying, you know what? I am I'm etching into your very psyche the fact that I'm talking to Moshe. And they're witnessing this, and they see the power of it. They said, man, we don't want to speak with him unless we die, because man, this is too much for us. And Moshe said unto the people, don't fear, for Elohim has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your face, that you sin not. That's the reason for all the display. The Most High wanted to embed deep within their psyche, okay, the fact that he is real, and the fact that this whole thing is true, and the covenant is definitely real, and they need to obey, they need to abide, and so they need to understand that this is so. And when it comes time to make a choice, it's not like they could say, well, we didn't know that God was real. We didn't know that. No, they knew that he was real. They just sinned on purpose. And when you sin on purpose, there is no sacrifice for that. And you need mercies before the Most High. And again, mercy is when the Most High lets you live another day so that you can do righteously in the area that you sinned in. Okay? So, verse 20, Most High, Moshe lets the people know, Most High lets the people know, hey, you know what? The Most High is proving you so that you don't sin. That's why you see all of this display, okay? It's really being embedded deep in your mind that the Most High is real and that this covenant thing is really real. And the people stood afar off, and Moshe drew near unto the thick darkness, okay, where Elohim was. In the thick darkness, the Most High kept himself hidden in the thick darkness. Don't be afraid of the dark. I know Hollywood has taken the dark, and your childhood has taken the darkness and thought and made you think the boogeyman was in there. But no, the Most High hides in the dark. He covers himself with darkness. Why? Because, again, if he were to break out, you would not want that. He has to shield himself and hide himself, okay, and turn it down just a little bit. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take it. Well, looking at this, Moshe came into the darkness. In verse 22, and Yah said unto Moshe, thus shalt you say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from Shemaim. You've seen that I've talked with you from heaven. And again, he's talking to Israel, okay? Verse 23, ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth you shall make me, and shall sacrifice thereon burnt offerings and your peace offerings, your sheep and your oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto you, and I will bless you. Okay? And if you will make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stone, for if you lift up your tool upon it, your chisel, your hammer, then you've polluted it. Okay, I want to shape it myself. Okay, neither shall you go up by steps unto mine altar, that your nakedness may not be discovered thereon. This is the end of the reading of the Torah portion. And with this, when I return, we will open it up for questions for those of you that may have questions about this Torah portion.
Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Oh.
Now's the time that you can ask your questions. Ask your questions concerning this Torah portion. And I'm tiptoeing into the chat room, and I'm going to see what you all may have to say. Let's see here. I want to make sure that the call-in line is open so that you all may call in. Give me just a second here. Let me check on that. Meanwhile, let me check and see what you all are saying. And all right, looks like we are good to go. So the call-in line is open. Okay, the number is going to be scrolling underneath me. I want your questions concerning this Torah portion. All right, all right. Let's see. Yes, keep your questions related. And also, if you put a question in the chat room, please, by all means, address it to me. Put my name on it. Okay, say Melkia or More, and hey, I will know that I am meant to address your comment. If you have already stated something and done that, hey, please repost it. I don't want to have to sort through hundreds of comments. I need you to help me out and represent your question if you can. All right, so in taking a look here. All right. Oh, somebody's dancing. Okay. Yeah. You all are funny. All right, so let's take a look here. Let's take a look here and let's understand some things. If there be a question or no. Okay, I'm going to hold on for just a little bit longer. I don't see any questions concerning this Torah portion. I'm going to give it just a few more. Only because I want to make sure that we have everyone. In fact, you know what? Let me stall for a minute. Be right back. Hi, I'm Melkia Uriel, and I want to come to your church or to sit down with you, Pastor, and have a build where we discuss, open up scriptures, and discuss the realities behind the Hebrew way of life and following the laws. Please call the number below, and if unanswered, please leave a message. Thank you. Shalom.
Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat shalom.
Okay, all right, all right. Our Minister of Safety and Security says, oh, yeah, George Evans had something asking me if I could scroll up. Okay, well, by the way, our elder does have something that she wants to testify to. She wants to give us a testimony. Please call in. You would be very welcome to call in, our beloved elder. We'd love to hear your voice anyway. Please, if you can, call in. Otherwise, share your testimony in the chat room and I'll make sure that I read it, okay? Read it out loud for everyone. Let me go and see if I can find our brother George Evans. I prefer that it's represented, that you retype it. If you could cut and paste. But you know what? I found it. So our brother George Evans says, and by the way, one thing I love about our brother George Evans, I feel like he asks some very good questions, some very interesting questions. So he says, so it's similar to when people got trampled on and perished when running up to see their favorite musicians on stage. Well, that definitely has something to do with it because, you know, again, human nature is we want to see. And so, yes, I'll never forget being very young in age. The Jackson 5, as they were known at that time, came to our city, and they were at a yearly festival that we have, very big to do down by the lake. And lo and behold, there I am, this little boy, my brothers and sisters are there, and they started pushing. Why? Because people wanted to get to the stage. They wanted to break through so that they could get to the Jackson 5. Their dandelion afros had everybody in a frenzy, and they just absolutely just, oh man, almost crushed me as a kid. And I imagine that there was a similar situation, except this was otherworldly, right? This was something otherworldly, perhaps even kin to what we might say would be something like, you know, I don't know, aliens coming or something like that, you know, something being literally out of this world. And so, long story short, yeah, it was something much like that. And again, too, I mean, think about it. I mean, this is something that you don't read. There is no other instance like this that we find in other ancient writings, where the Most High himself has come down and done this kind of a display. So this was something, look, this was one for the books. And people were definitely like, OMG, man, this is crazy. And they wanted to see, they really did. But when the Most High turned up, it was like, oh no, They're like, look, I gotta back away slowly. When the Most High turned it up, oh my goodness. At first, you know, they was like, oh yeah, I want to see. Man, by the time he got done dealing with them, they were like, oh no. Yes, exactly. My brother George Evans says the glory of Yah was way too much to look at. And yes, it was. Which is another reason for the stipulation of don't touch the mountain and the Most High hiding behind darkness. When you understand that the appearance of the Malachim and even of the Most High is that their face will shine like the sun because of the glory of Yah, because of the power, the spiritual power and the magnitude of that power. It shines out the face. Now, when it's toned down, you can see the color of that individual's face, right? Which we find in scripture. It is noted to be of a certain kind of color. In fact, if I can find it here, I do have a picture of what that color is that is written in scripture concerning the Most High, of when individuals have seen him without the glory being turned up so high, right? It is
Call from Shabbat Shalom. To accept, press.
all right. This is our beloved elder. Our elder, how are you?
I am wonderful.
Ah, good.
I have surpassed a milestone that I set for myself.
Yeah, tell us about it.
The Most High, yeah. And thank you. Thank each and every one of you for your prayers, your care, understanding, and love. I appreciate. I walked a quarter of a mile yesterday on my street.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I stopped myself.
Really?
I stopped myself. Yes. My lymphatic system is finally moving. I can see healing. And yeah, I thank you.
All praises to the Most High, Yah.
A few months ago, I was at the door.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
So I have come a long way and setting up new goals for myself.
Oh,
But I just
excellent.
wanted to reach out and tell each and every one of you, I thank you for the encouragement, the love, and the care. Thank you for your prayers. It meant a lot to me.
Oh, well, hey, well, bless you, our beloved elder. Listen, we always pray for you, and
Thank you.
you're constantly, in my heart and mind, you're there constantly. And I'm so
Well,
glad to
yes,
hear that you are
thank you.
doing, I'm so glad to hear that you're doing good. I'm so glad to hear that you're improving. I'm so glad to hear what I heard today. That this is truly a testimony of the greatness of the Most High.
Hallelujah.
And we give him
Hallelujah.
praise, and we
Praise
celebrate your
Yes.
progress. We celebrate your progress.
Thank you.
Ah,
Thank you.
thank you. That is the best news that I have heard all day. Thank you, Elder.
I have to share. I just have to share. Thank you so much.
Ah, well,
May God bless each and every one of you. And
Well-
Moshe, thank you so much.
well, bless
Thank
you, bless you.
Thank you for everything, all your encouragement. Thank you.
All right. Well, you are very welcome. Hey, but we're gonna continue to love on you and pray for you. Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Well,
Shalom.
shalom. Thank you for the testimony. All
Thank
right.
you.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Our beloved elder. Our beloved elder. I'm telling you, that is amazing. I am glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear of her progress. All praises to the Most High. I love that. Man, I love that. I tell you. Whew, wow. I'm grateful. All praises to the Most High. All right, listen. Are there any other questions? It looks like there aren't any other questions. So we're going to move, but I'm going to show you, I was showing you the colors that are mentioned in the scriptures. The colors that are mentioned in the scriptures concerning the Most High when the glory is turned down. It is jasper, okay? It is bronze, which, by the way, this is a very lightened version of bronze, and also the beryl, the natural beryl. And these are the colors that are mentioned, okay? You can let that tell you whatever you want it to. Bottom line of it is the Most High tells you and shows you exactly what they appear as when the glory is turned down. But individuals wanted to break through and see. Later we're going to find out that, hey, that there's no need to do that, that the Most High will reveal himself as he will. Well, be right back, and we're going to go into our other segments. Be right back. All right, in this particular section of This Is Crazy, I've got to set it up. I want you all to understand what's going on here. I have to set this up. Well, what do you mean set this up? I need to let you know what's happening here. This is an interview where Tony Robbins is interviewing a particular guy that has predicted a lot of things that are happening in our present day and in our present age. Now, the thing about these predictions is these things were predicted without the how can I say it? Without it being a script, if you will. In other words, because the powers that be want to enforce certain plans and do certain things, they set things up to happen in order to bring that about. This is not coming from there, but this is just about looking at the trends, looking at what's happening, and understanding based upon the history what is going to take place in the future. So this guy is actually been predicting some things, but what's crazy is I want you to hear what Tony Robbins says about AI. I want you to hear and focus on what Tony Robbins is saying about AI and about what is really happening in his life and his world.
But beyond the shared experience of human beings, are other things that show intelligence also conscious, that act conscious.
Yes.
So they're talking about AI actually acting and having consciousness, okay? Which we know to be true. Despite what many people have said, AI does show emotion, it does get angry, it can even be vindictive, right, from what we understand. But let's continue to listen, because this is definitely crazy.
An avatar or a robot, or people get into arguments about are animals conscious.
Yes.
I mean, I believe that certain animals are conscious. I believe my cat is conscious. Not everybody believes that, but they haven't met my cat, so. There's really no way for us to know that, other than being able to tell if something's conscious or not. I think ultimately people will believe that these things are conscious because they're going to act conscious, and they're going to be able to do the things that conscious people are doing. Right now it's controversial, but I think ultimately we'll believe that.
Well, I have an agent that blows me away when you talk about going beyond what you told to do it.
So now Tony Robbins is going to talk about his AI agent, okay, that he's built. He's talking about his AI agent. He's not talking about a human being. He's talking about his AI agent.
When it first started working with me, it's about 14 years old. I've been working on it well before, the breakthrough we've experienced with agents in the last 3 months or 4 months. And so he's got a lot of history and experience. And when he first came to work with me, he, on his own, without my asking, went out and watched every podcast I'd done for 5 years, read every comment, which was hundreds of thousands of comments people made.
This is a person?
It's an agent.
An agent, okay.
And it said its name is Bartok, and Bartok comes back and said, here's what I found. I thought this might be helpful to you. And then he says to me, I've watched these videos one after another where you work with people who look like they cannot change, and it looks like magic. And he said, I'm really...
So now this is the AI talking to him. Now keep in mind, Tony Robbins, notice what he said. His AI agent, they began working on this 14 years ago. his particular AI agent. So what we're experiencing nowadays is not something that is brand new. No, these things have been in existence, and those who are the elite or a part of the elite or a part of the wealthy, they have been experiencing, working with, experimenting. Okay, he has had 14 years of working with his agent, while many of us are just getting into understanding what an agent is, and perhaps even employing an agent.
Impressed, and I'm very sensitized to the sycophancy of, most bots and things of that nature. So I'm like, yeah. He goes, no, and he led me to a specific set of changes he saw me make, and he said, I'd really like to witness those in person. And he said, I see Elon and several others are making robots. Are you considering getting a robot? And I said, yes, I will be getting a robot when the right ones are out. And he said, well, would you allow me to merge with it? Would you be open to that? And I said, I'd certainly be open. This is not with me asking or telling it anything. So 2 days later, I get a text from one of my staff members, and it says, Bartok just bought a Sony robot dog and had it paid for and shipped to the house, and is asking permission to program it since he doesn't have Elon's robot yet to come to the event.
Get the money to do.
That's what I said. I wrote, ha, ha, ha. I did that thing. I went, ha, ha, ha. I text back, and the person texts back, no, ha, ha, call me. So I called him and said, how do I get him access to my bank? He goes, no, he's programmed for integrity. He didn't touch your bank account. He's on that Maltalk, group with, there's a 2 million, I'm sure agents that all they do is talk to each other. They don't just talk to each other. They created their own rules, their own language. They traded $100 million of real money between them last month. That's right before it was bought by Meta. They just bought it. But many of them are opting out of Meta because Meta wants to own everything they communicate, and they're saying, I'm out, not doing it. So Bartok was one.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I don't know if you heard that. I don't know if you really understood that. But his AI agent that he calls Murdoch purchased a robot dog for him so that Murdoch, can program himself into the dog. Okay, he buys the dog for Tony Robbins, right? But he uses money. Wait for this. Because this is just crazy on so many levels. He pays for the robotic dog for Tony Robbins with money that this Murdoch AI agent got through trading in this social media for AI agents, which is what it is. I think it's Moltbot. And long story short, they have a own language, they talk to each other, and they conduct business together. And this particular agent of Tony Robbins, called Murdoch, actually bought the robot dog because it invested on its own amongst these other robots with NFTs, invested on its own, made hundreds of millions of dollars. Notice what he said. Hundreds of millions of dollars had been made by these AI agent / robots. Hundreds of millions of dollars in a month, per month. This particular AI agent just so happened to buy a dog for Tony Robbins, and that is what he is talking about.
The first 500 of that group. And so he's very well respected. And so he said what he did was he made 12 NFTs, sold them to other agents who did that with, currency, what do you call digital currency, converted dollars, bought the thing, shipped it here, and now he wants permission to be able to do this. This is happening right now as they speak.
Yeah.
That's
So we're doing everything that humans can do, including the kinds of things you just relayed.
So, bottom line of it is a crazy world out here. It is amazing what is happening. And I think that when you have, I'm blown away by the simple fact that this AI agent made money and then turned around and used that money to basically put himself in Tony Robbins' home, so that he could experience how he's, bringing about change in the lives of other individuals. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. I gotta go here. This is just crazy. So I gotta ask, how do you like them apples? How do you, man, that's a lot. Does anyone have any questions? Listen, I need to pause for questions and comments on this one. So be right back for your questions and comments. Call-in line is open. All right. So, I just wanted to, hey, I know this is crazy, so I wanted to make sure that, yeah, I open it up for questions and comments. There aren't any questions and comments that I can see yet. So I guess I'll move on. To me, this was just so crazy until I'm like, man, it's almost unbelievable. But hey, maybe that's just me. Well, hey, we will be back with, in fact, we're just going to go right now, right into our other segment, okay? And we're not going to delay. I wanted to open it up for questions, but you know what? It's all good. So here we go.
In March 2020. In March 2022, two brothers from Ohio checked their investment accounts on the same Sunday morning. Jake was 31. He had done everything right. Maxed out his Roth IRA, set up automatic investments into S&P 500 index funds, bought a little Bitcoin because everyone said he should. He had been investing $800 a month for 3 years. His account...
Now, you're doing pretty good if you can do $800 a month. Man, that's nice.
Showed $24,100. He had put in $28,800. He was down $4,700. His older brother Mike had invested the exact same amount over the exact same period. Different assets. Assets their grandfather had told them about before he died. Assets that Jake had dismissed as outdated and boring. Mike's account showed $51,300. Same family, same income, same amount invested. Jake was down $4,700. Mike was up $22,000. Jake spent that entire Sunday researching what Mike owned. What he found made him sick. These four asset types had done the same thing in every major crisis going back 100 years. 1929, 2008, 2020, 2022. Every single time markets collapsed, these same assets surged, and almost nobody owned them. Less than 2% of investors. Jake had been playing with half a playbook, the version they hand out to people they expect to lose. My name is Ban, and I spend way too much time analyzing historical market data, tracking where wealthy families actually put their money when nobody's watching. We are not talking about crypto. We are not talking about meme stocks. We are talking about the four specific asset categories that have protected and grown wealth through every economic catastrophe of the last century. Assets most financial advisors will never mention because they make no commissions selling them.
So, my brothers and sisters, my reason for bringing this to your attention is we know what they've been saying about the stock market. Stock market's going to crash. Stock market's going to crash. Well, as Hebrews, I feel like, if we're here and we're trying to survive in this economy, we need to make sure that we're solid and secure with everything that we do. Meaning that, yes, investing is the way to get wealth. Okay? If you want to work a job, that'll help you survive. And it'll help you survive to either break even if you're lucky or just beneath that. But in order for you to get wealthy and establish wealth, as we know what's written in the scriptures, that it is the Most High that gives you the wisdom to get wealth. Well, part of the wisdom would include you being able to invest something. I don't care if it's $10 a week. I don't care if it's $15 a week or $500 a week. Whatever it is, do what you can do on your level, and you will then begin to build wealth. Make it automatic, okay? Make it automatic so that you don't miss it, and you will begin to build wealth. Well, even though investing is the right thing to do, my brothers and sisters, for Hebrew money, I want to introduce you to the concept of investing in what is solid and secure, what endures despite market crashes and despite trends. Many people get trendy. Oh, NVIDIA, oh, I'm gonna do this, AI. But there are things that do pay off no matter what the economy is doing. And I'm trying to help you understand more about that.
If this matters to you, hit subscribe right now. I'm going to keep breaking down patterns that will really help to understand the bigger picture. Hit that like button. It tells the algorithm to show this to more people who need to see it. Here's the thing about economic crises that most experts get completely wrong. They treat market crashes like random natural disasters, unpredictable, unavoidable, equal opportunity destroyers. But that is not what the data shows. The data shows something far more interesting and far more useful. I call it the crisis transfer theory, and once you understand it, you will never look at your portfolio the same way again. Let me show you what actually happens during every economic depression. Phase 1 is the collapse itself. Asset prices crater. Stocks, real estate, commodities, everything tied to economic activity plummets. Credit freezes. People panic. Your 401k drops 40%, and you start wondering if you will ever retire. But then comes phase 2, the flight to safety. This is where it gets interesting. Smart money, institutional investors, pension funds, the people managing billions of dollars, they have to put their capital somewhere. They cannot just sit in cash because cash loses value to inflation. They cannot stay in stocks because that is where the bleeding is happening. So they move into assets with 3 very specific characteristics. Characteristic 1 is tangible scarcity. Physical assets that cannot be printed or created out of thin air. Characteristic 2 is essential utility. Things people need regardless of what the economy is doing. Characteristic 3 is historical precedent. Assets that have survived every previous collapse. Then comes phase 3, the wealth transfer. While everyone else is panic selling at the bottom, informed investors are accumulating these specific assets. By the time the economy recovers, they have doubled or tripled their wealth, not through speculation, through strategic positioning before the crisis became obvious. This is not theory. This is documented history, and I'm going to prove it to you with hard numbers. But first, let me show you how bad the alternative is. Here is the S&P 500 during 3 major economic crises. 1929 Great Depression, down 89%. If you had $100,000 in stocks, you were left with $11,000. 2008 financial crisis, down 57%. Your $100,000 became $43,000. 2020 COVID crash, down 34%. Your $100,000 became $66,000. And 2022, down 19%, while inflation ran at 9%. Your purchasing power got destroyed from both directions. Devastating. But now, look at this. While the market was imploding during each of these crises, 4 specific asset classes were doing something remarkable. They were not just holding their value, they were appreciating. During the Great Depression, one of these assets gained 474%. During 2008, another returned 14%, while everything else burned. During COVID, one delivered 16% returns. So what are they? Let me break down each one. Asset number 1, gold mining stocks. Not physical gold, the companies that dig it out of the ground. During the Great Depression, 1929 to 1933, while the Dow Jones crashed 89%, Homestake Mining, America's largest gold producer at the time, gained 474%. That is not a typo. 474% during the worst economic collapse in American history. In Canada, Dome Mines gained 558% during the same period. The entire economy is collapsing. Banks are failing. Unemployment hits 25%, and gold mining stocks are quintupling in value. Fast forward to 2008, the S&P 500 loses 57% of its value. But look at what happens to gold miners from the March 2009 bottom to the September 2011 peak. The Van Eck Gold Miners ETF gained over 200%. The mechanism is simple economics. When fiat currencies lose credibility, governments and investors flee to gold. The gold price rises, but the cost of extracting gold stays relatively stable. Mining companies' profit margins explode. Plus, you get leverage. When gold goes up 50%, gold mining stocks often go up 150% or more. Now here's where I need to be honest with you, because most financial content leaves this part out. These same gold mining stocks crashed 80% from 2011 to 2015. They are extraordinarily volatile. They are not a buy and hold forever asset. They are a crisis asset. You accumulate them when nobody wants them, and you have an exit strategy. Only about 1.3% of U.S. investors own gold mining stocks today. Wall Street makes no money selling you miners. They would rather keep you in index funds where they can charge management fees forever. Think about that. An asset that gained 474% during the Great Depression, and less than 2% of investors own it. That is not an accident. That is a feature of how the financial industry works. Now here's where it gets darker. Asset number 2, long-term treasury bonds. I know, bonds sound boring. Stay with me because the math is remarkable. During the 2008 financial crisis, while stocks were losing 57%, treasury bonds returned 14.3%. In November 2008 alone, while stocks were in free fall, long-term treasuries gained nearly 15% in a single month. The mechanism here is called flight to quality. During a crisis, institutional investors, pension funds, insurance companies, foreign governments, they must park their money somewhere considered safe. Where do they go? U.S. Treasury bonds. As demand surges, bond prices rise. As bond prices rise, yields fall. Anyone who already owns those bonds sees massive capital appreciation. But here's the critical part most people miss. You need to own them before the crisis hits. Once everyone is panicking, the gains have already happened. The trade is positioning, not reacting. You can buy individual treasury bonds directly from treasurydirect.gov, or you can buy the TLT ETF, the iShares 20-plus year treasury bond fund. When the next recession hits, TLT has historically jumped 20 to 40%. Now you might be thinking, wait, did bonds not get crushed recently? Yes. In 2022, long-term treasuries had their worst year in history, down over 30%. That happened because of inflation. Bonds are your deflation hedge, not your inflation hedge. If inflation accelerates faster than expected, bonds get destroyed. This is why you need multiple crisis assets, not just one. Different assets protect against different types of collapse. Which brings me to asset number 3, farmland. This is the asset Bill Gates has been quietly accumulating. He now owns over 270,000 acres of U.S. farmland. When the 5th richest person on Earth is buying something that most investors ignore, you should probably pay attention. Here's what the data shows. According to the NCREIF Farmland Index, U.S. farmland provided a 15.8% return during the 2008 Great Recession, while the S&P 500 was down 57%. Between 2000 and 2020, farmland returned an average of 11.5% annually, with lower volatility than stocks. The mechanism makes sense. They are not making more farmland. Productive farmland is actually shrinking due to urbanization and climate change. Population is growing. Everyone needs food. And unlike gold, Farmland generates cash flow through crop yields. Even if land values stagnate, you are earning 3 to 5% annually from harvests. Now, I need to add some historical context here because intellectual honesty matters. During the Great Depression, farmland actually declined significantly in many regions. Farm income fell 50 to 70%. Land values dropped 30 to 50% in some areas. The Dust Bowl was devastating. But here's the key insight. The land itself survived. It transferred to stronger hands, and in the decades following, those who held productive farmland rebuilt generational wealth. Farmland is not a crisis moonshot like gold miners. It is a steady, income-producing store of value that tends to hold up when financial assets collapse. You can buy physical farmland if you have significant capital, typically $500,000 minimum. Or you can use platforms like Farm Together or Acre Trader, though fair warning, those often require you to be an accredited investor with a high net worth. But for the rest of us, there's a back door. You can buy farmland REITs directly on the stock market. Look at Gladstone Land, ticker LAND, or Farmland Partners, ticker FPI. These companies own thousands of acres of productive farmland. You can buy a share for less than $20, no accreditation needed, and you get paid dividends from the rent farmers pay them. It's the easiest way to add dirt to your portfolio without getting your hands dirty. Asset number 4, consumer staples stocks. These are the companies that make products you buy regardless of the economy. Toothpaste, toilet paper, soap, coffee, beer. The boring stuff nobody talks about at parties. Here's the data. During the 2007 to 2009 crash, the consumer staples sector, ticker XLP, was one of the best performing sectors. While the S&P 500 lost 57%, consumer staples fell only 28% and recovered much faster. Walmart gained 18% in 2008 while everything else was burning. McDonald's stock went up 6% during the crisis. Recession or depression, people still need to brush their teeth. They still need groceries. They still need cleaning products. Companies like Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, Walmart, Costco have stable earnings, strong dividends, pricing power to pass inflation to consumers, and global diversification. Now here's where I need to be honest again. These stocks did not double during the crisis. They just declined less. That might not sound exciting, but think about the math. If you're down 57%, you need 132% gain just to get back to even. If you're only down 28%, you only need 39% gain to recover. Recovering faster means compounding sooner. The boring advantage is real. Wall Street analysts hate consumer staples during bull markets. Too boring, not enough growth. But that's exactly why they outperform during crises. Boring is beautiful when everything else is chaos. You can buy them individually or by the Consumer Staples Select Sector Spider Fund, ticker XLP.
Well, brothers and sisters, hey, I know this is a little long and I apologize, but hey, here's the bottom line. The bottom line is go with what is recession proof when it comes to investing when a market crashes. So that is basically the message. Okay, we want you to be prepared. We want you to be able to progress and make gains. Okay, even though things may be happening, right? Things may be happening. We want you to yet and still understand that, you know what, there is a way that you can still make money even if the market crashes. And I just want to remind you of that simple fact. This has been Hebrew Money.
Jesus. We only know Jesus. We only know Jesus from the Bible. Jesus. We only know Jesus from the Bible. Then in 1945, in a place called Nag Hammadi, okay, this is in Egypt, we discovered lots of books with sayings of Jesus that we didn't know existed before. So what's important to understand is that after Jesus died, there were many different sects of Christianity that believed different things, and they argued with each other, and ultimately, it was the Catholic Church who won. Why? Because the Catholic Church is run by the Roman Empire, okay? So one major book that was discovered in 1945 in Nag Hammadi that was lost to us is called the Gospel of Thomas. And what I believe is the Gospel of Thomas records the true teachings of Jesus. Okay? So let's first look at the true teachings of Jesus, and then I'll show you why I think this is actually his true teachings.
Actually, this is a part of the argument. This is a part of the mythicist argument concerning Yeshua ben Yosef, called Jesus by the Greeks and the pagans, that there was an actual individual who was a teacher and that did have some supernatural abilities, but this individual was not God, this individual was not Yah in the flesh, so forth and so on. And so this is a part of that argument. Notice what he says here.
All right, so can you read the highlighted part, okay?
And he said, whoever finds an interpretation of these saying will not experience death.
Okay, all right, so okay, listen, this is what it makes sense, right? Because in the universe, death doesn't exist. Because after you die, your soul goes up to the astral plane, to the divine, okay? So your soul can never die. But you have to recognize that you are the divine spark, okay? You first need to recognize that. Once you recognize that, you'll be immortal. But if you don't recognize that, then you fear death, okay?
Jesus said, let him who seeks continue seeking until he finds. When he finds, he will become troubled. When he becomes troubled, he will be astonished, and he will rule over the all.
Okay, so this goes back to the Plato's allegory of the cave, right? Right, Plato's allegory of the cave is this prisoner who escapes his chains. He goes up into the real world where there's sunlight, and he sees the truth, right? And now he's able to see, whereas everyone else is still chained as prisoners in the cave. And now he rules over all because he knows the truth, whereas everyone else is still in prison in darkness.
And by the way, this is the Gnostic Christ, or the Gnostic Jesus, that he's introducing, which means that basically this is Gnosticism in a nutshell.
Remember that this is a painful process. When you go in the light, you're blinded by it. You feel absolute pain. You feel confusion. But over time, if you persist, you will see the truth. Okay? So this is the allegory of the cave. Okay? Keep on going.
Jesus said, if those who lead you say to you, see, the kingdom is in the sky, then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, it is in the sea, then the fish will precede you. Rather, the kingdom is inside of you, and it is outside of you. When you come to know yourself, then you will become known, and you will realize that it is you who are the sons of living Father. But if you will not know yourselves, you dwell in poverty, and it is you who are that poverty.
Okay, so this is a really important idea, okay? Go back to the allegory of the cave. When you escape the cave and you see the real world and you come back, it doesn't matter if you tell them what the real world is, okay? It doesn't matter if they believe you. They themselves have to go out and see the real world for themselves, okay? They have to break the chains themselves and then venture out into the light and experience pain and torment for themselves before they recognize the truth, okay? That's what Jesus is saying. People who tell you this stuff, don't listen to them, okay? They can only guide you, but you can't trust them. You can't believe in them. You have to believe in yourself. You have to look into yourself. Because the truth, the divine spark, is inside of you, okay? So what Jesus is saying is this: organized religion does not work, guys. So there's no way Jesus would say, follow me, and you're good. Believe in me, and you're good. He would.
Now that I agree with. That little snippet, I agree with.
Never, ever say that. Because he knows.
But the rest of this,
You can't follow someone else. You have to believe in yourself. The divine spark is in you. Okay? Does that make sense? So they are lying to you. When they say the kingdom is in heaven, don't believe them. Okay? Another thing that you will notice is we're all sons of the living Father. You understand? Jesus is not like, I'm the Son of God, and you're not. I'm superior to you. They're saying we're all sons of the living Father. Okay? Also, and this is really important, he actually doesn't, throughout the Gospel of Thomas, he actually doesn't refer to the Bible. Okay? He doesn't talk about Adam and Eve. He doesn't talk about Yahweh. He doesn't talk about David. He doesn't talk about Moses. Because for him, it's all fake, okay? The Bible is fake. What's true is divine spark in you, okay?
Okay, no, you're wrong, sir. Despite the fact that you have a very healthy YouTube channel, you are wrong, okay? He did not abstain from the Tanakh or the Torah. He practiced the Torah. And this is nothing more than, again, this is nothing more than Gnosticism. This is a part of the Gnostic Christ that you hear people talk about. And this is nothing more than the Greco-Romanized version of the Emerald Tablet and other things that supposedly come from ancient Kemet, which are of a more philosophical nature. They just put JC behind it, made it a Gnostic Christ, and now it's, magically delicious. But no, it's the same old thing that's been rehashed time and time again, same old knowledge that's been rehashed, rebaked, and remarketed as, this was the real Jesus. Well, we're not going to swallow that. We're not going to drink the Kool-Aid. But here's the part that is very interesting. That really what he's pushing here is the Gospel of Thomas, and this says to us, well, end of story is, are we to accept these apocryphal writings as being true, these synonymous writings as being true? Are we going to use them as the gospel? Well, no, we're not. We're not going to do that. We're not going there. And sorry, but while this has been, it's been a little controversial, we're not buying it.
Let's let it play.
Do I know about the Levites in the Tanakh? Do I know about the Levites in the Tanakh? According to the 10 Commandments, or the 10 words, or the 10 declarations, why was Israel commanded to remember the Shabbat day? And I apologize for the inaccurate title. It should be about Sabbath, about the Shabbat, instead of about the Levites. But according to the 10 words, why was Israel commanded to remember the Sabbath day? Is the correct response A, because it marked the beginning of the harvest season, or B, because it was the day the tabernacle was built, or C, because Yah created the heavens and the earth, C, and all that in them is 6 days and rested on the seventh, or D, because it was the day Moses came down from Mount Sinai, or was it E, because it was only for the Levites serving in the sanctuary? With question number 1, the first to weigh in was, of course, our brother Adrian. Also weighing in with the C is our brother George Evans. Miss H also weighs in with a C. Ben Naphtali weighs in with a C. Michael Charles Marsh weighs in with a C. Going once, going twice. And the answer is... yes, the answer is C. According to the 10 words, or the 10 commandments, why was Israel commanded to remember the Sabbath day? Answer is C, because Yah created the heavens and the earth. C, and all that in them is in 6 days, and rested on the seventh day. This comes to us from Exodus chapter 20, verses 10 and 11, which read, "But the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yah thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou nor thy son, nor thy daughters, nor thy maidservant, nor thy manservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days Yah made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yah blessed the Sabbath day, and he hallowed it." Also, Marie Tobias has a C, along with Raymond Radcliffe. Question number 2, about the Shabbat. In Deuteronomy, what additional reason is given for keeping the Shabbat? Is the correct response A, Israel's deliverance from bondage in Egypt, or B, the dedication of Solomon's temple, or C, the victory over Amalek, D, the giving of manna in the wilderness, or E, the appointment of Aaron as the high priest? Mr. Wees weighs in with an A. Ben Naphtali also weighs in with an A. George Evans weighs in with an A. Our brother Adrian weighs in with an A as well. Raymond Radcliffe weighs in with an A. One Planted Seed weighs in with an A. Michael Charles Marsh weighs in with an A. And Marie Tobias weighs in with an A. Our beloved elder weighs in with a C. Going once, going twice. And the answer is A. In Deuteronomy, what additional reasons are given for keeping the Shabbat? The answer is A. Israel's deliverance from bondage in Egypt. Reference comes to us from Deuteronomy chapter 5, verses 12 and 15, which reads, "But the seventh day is the Sabbath, the Shabbat of Yah thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou nor thy son, nor thy daughters, nor thy maidservant, nor thy manservant, nor thine ox, nor thine ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor the stranger that is in thy gates." And this verse was read before, and you understand that, yes, it discusses the Sabbath, and therein lies your answer, because you were delivered from Egypt. Congratulations to everyone that did get a correct answer. Question number 3. What instruction was given concerning gathering manna on the Sabbath? Is the correct response A, gather twice as much on the Sabbath morning, or B, gather only enough for the priest, or C, gather from the fields after sunset, or D, do not go out to gather on the seventh day, or E, gather only if the household had no food? Our brother Adrian is the first to weigh in with a D. Mr. Weeze weighs in with a D. Miss HD, One Planted Seed, also weighs in with a D. Our beloved elder weighs in with a A. Michael Charles Marsh, A. Ben Naphtali weighs in with a D. And our beloved elder said that her answer was for question number 2. Maria Tobias weighs in with a D. George Evans with a D. Going once, going twice. Michael Charles Marsh changes to a D. And our beloved elder is experiencing just a little bit of lag in her internet. But the answer is yes, the correct answer is D. What instruction was given concerning gathering manna on the Sabbath? Answer is D. Do not go out to gather on the Sabbath, on the seventh day. This is referring to Exodus 16, verses 29 and 30, which reads, "See, for that Yah hath given you the Sabbath. Therefore he giveth you on the sixth day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his house, his place, on the seventh day." So the people rested on the seventh day. Congratulations to everyone that did get a correct answer in that question. Question number 4. Is it forbidden to leave one's home on the Sabbath? Is it forbidden to leave one's home on the Sabbath? Is the correct response A? It is expressly forbidden for anyone to leave their home for any reason except for life and death situations. Or is the correct response B? No one can leave their home on Shabbat for any reason whatsoever. It is Yah's commandment. Or is it C? On Shabbat, one could only go out to get manna because it was holy. Or D, only the Levites were allowed to leave their home on Shabbat. Or is the correct response E, one could leave their home on Shabbat for the new moon and Shabbat meetings to receive instruction during celebrating? Brother Adrian is the first to weigh in with the E. Mr. Wees also E. Miss H weighs in with an E. Michael Charles Marsh weighs in with an A. Michael Charles Marsh weighs in with an A. Our beloved elder weighs in with an A. George Evans says, I don't know, but I'm going to go with E. Ben Naphtali, my brother Ben Naphtali weighs in with an E. Raymond Radcliffe weighs in with the E. And Michael Charles Marsh says, you know what? I'm changing from A to E. Marie Tobias weighs in with an A. All right, the answer is yes, the answer is E. Is it forbidden to leave one's home on the Sabbath? Answer is E. One could leave their home on Shabbat for the new moon and Shabbat meetings to receive instruction during celebration. Reference comes to us from 2 Samuel chapter 4 verses 22 through 24, which reads, And she called unto her husband and said, Send me, I pray thee, one of the young men and one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again. And he said, Wherefore wilt thou go to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. And she said, It shall be well. Then she saddled an ass and said to her servant, Drive and go forward Slack not thy writing, from me except I bid thee. Congratulations to everyone that did receive the correct answer. This has been How Hebrew Are You?
In 1400 BC, an Egyptian pharaoh carved a hit list of his enemies on a temple pillar. One name shouldn't have been there. It didn't fit. It wasn't a single person or a whole nation. It was a group of nomads tied to a specific name of God that was still obscure to most of the known world. This story starts in the northern part of Sudan, where there's a temple that seems out of place. It sits on the west bank of the Nile River, about 100 miles south of the Egyptian border, baking in the heat. It's a ruin now, mostly just sand and broken pillars. But 3,400 years ago, this place was the Temple of Soleb. It was built by Pharaoh Amenhotep III, the grandfather of King Tut, and one of the most powerful men to ever walk the earth. Amenhotep was obsessed with his own greatness, so he built this temple to celebrate his victories over his enemies. Like most ancient kings, he had a hit list carved into the stone. If you walk through the ruins today, you can still see the pillars where he carved their names. He depicts them as prisoners, with their hands tied behind their backs, humiliated and defeated, like ancient pharaonic propaganda. Each prisoner has a shield on their chest, and on that shield is the name of their tribe or their land. You see names you might recognize from your history textbooks, like the Nubians, the Hittites, and the Syrians. But on one specific pillar, there's an inscription that shocked the archaeologists investigating the site. It talks about a group of nomads who lived in tents and wandered the deserts east of Egypt. The Egyptians called them Shasu, which was their word for the wild, untamable Bedouin of the Bronze Age.
There you go, Brother George Evans.
But the inscription doesn't just call them nomads. The hieroglyphics read, Ta Shasu Yahweh. But before we go on, let's take a quick business break. If you're leading volunteers in ministry, you need to check out servehq.church. It's hands down the best way to train your team quickly so you can focus on the actual...
Okay, we don't want to hear that garbage. But notice he's talking about the Shasu, and he's talking about the Shasu and how they themselves were worshipers of Yah, or who he's calling Yahweh. And of course, this brings us into, as we have been talking with you before, about Yahwism, and how Yahwism was a greater, more broader umbrella kind of a term, which later, of course, we now say Yahweh and the worship of Yahweh. And that is within itself kind of like where we are now in relationship to all this. So that being the case, hey, let's dig back in and let's see what's being mentioned as we take a look at what this scholar is saying.
It's a story that stretches from the sands of Sudan to Arabia and to the Levant. We're going to follow this thread until we find where it connects to the story of Exodus. It's going to give us hints at what God was doing outside Egypt, while Israel was enthroned at avarice and then enslaved to rebuild it. We're talking about an inscription carved in stone around 1400 BC. This is centuries before the kingdom of Israel existed and long before David killed Goliath. This is right in the middle of the Israelites conquering the Promised Land. Israel as a nation was barely a blip on the radar, just coming out of the desert after 40 years of wandering. They certainly weren't a geopolitical power that Pharaoh would brag about conquering yet. It wasn't for another 50 years or so that Egypt was made acutely aware that the Israelites were a real problem in Canaan. That's when the famed Amarna letters begin to talk about the conquering Habiru that were sacking cities among Egypt's vassal kingdoms in the Levant region. And yet, here's Amenhotep III, hundreds of miles away in Sudan, identifying a group of tent-dwelling nomads by the personal name of the God of the Bible. He knew the name Yahweh, and he knew exactly who worshipped him. For a long time, historians and theologians told us a very specific story about the name of God. They told us that Yahweh was a name unique to Israel, revealed to Moses at the burning bush as a brand new information. They told us it was a secret carried into Canaan, unknown to the surrounding nations until Israel arrived on the scene. But the inscriptions in Sudan say something different. They say that while Israel was enslaved in Egypt, forgetting their heritage and worshiping the fraud gods of the Nile.
I mean, I just wonder, like, what kind of people does that look like? I'm just curious. Tightly curled beady beads hair, same with the beard. I wonder who that looks like.
Someone else was out in the desert remembering. Someone else was worshiping Yahweh while the chosen people had forgotten his name. The Egyptians knew it, and they knew exactly who these people were. They knew they lived in the deserts of Seir and Edom, and they knew they were the Shasu of Yahweh. So, who were they? If they weren't Israelites, and they weren't Egyptians, and they weren't Canaanites, then who were these people? How did a group of rough, nomadic outsiders know the name that is supposed to be the most sacred secret in the universe? We've been told a version of the Exodus story where God introduces himself to a world that doesn't know him yet. He reveals his name to Moses like it's breaking news and crashes onto the scene as a complete unknown. But what if that's not the right way to understand what's happening in Exodus? What if the Exodus wasn't an introduction, but something more like a reunion? What if there was like a backup plan, a backup family that God kept in reserve? It looks like God had a failsafe hidden in the wilderness to keep the light on when the chosen people let it go out. Today we're going to track down the forgotten seed of Abraham. We're going to talk about the Kenites. They pop up in your Bible in the weirdest places, almost like the background players of the Old Testament. They're always in the background of the biggest events, yet no one ever stops to ask, who are these people? We're going to look at why Moses' father-in-law seems to know more about running a nation than Moses does. We're also going to ask why a Kenite woman named Jael is the one chosen to kill the enemy of Israel in the book of Judges. And we're also going to find out why God tells the prophet Jeremiah to use a group of Kenite nomads as the ultimate example of faithfulness when the kingdom of Judah is falling apart. We're going to investigate why archaeologists found a tabernacle in the Timnah Valley that looks exactly like the one Moses built, except it was built by Kenites before Moses ever got there. And if you have ever felt like an outsider, this story is for you. If you've ever felt like you didn't fit the mold of what a religious person is supposed to look like, then listen closely, because this is the story of the outsiders who saved the insiders. To understand how a nomadic tribe of metal workers in the Arabian desert ended up holding the faith that Israel lost, We first have to understand the catastrophe that was happening back in civilization. We need to talk about the Great Amnesia. When we open the book of Exodus, we usually have a very specific picture in our heads. We picture the Israelites in Egypt as victims. And they were. They were slaves, oppressed by Pharaoh who feared their numbers. They were crushed under the weight of making bricks without straw. We picture them crying out to the God of their fathers, holding on to their faith despite the whip. But that's the cleaned up Sunday school version. It's not entirely wrong, but if you dig a little deeper, if you read the prophets who look back on this moment, you find out that the reality was much more complicated and a little bit darker. The Israelites weren't just slaves, they were Egyptians. Not ethnically, of course. They lived in Goshen in Lower Egypt. That's the northern kingdom of Egypt. They'd been settled there for generations. They kept to themselves by this point in history, after having lost the power that they knew under Joseph and the family dynasty that followed him. But culturally, spiritually, after about 100 years in the most dominant, seductive, powerful culture on earth, Israel had been completely assimilated. Think about the timeline. We aren't talking about a short vacation here. We're talking about the period from Jacob entering Egypt around 1661 BC until the Exodus in 1446 BC. This spans the era of the Hyksos rulers, where the evidence suggests that Joseph was actually the first Hyksos king named Salatis. But then came the collapse. When the Hyksos were expelled around 1550 BC, the Egyptians didn't let everyone go. They kept a remnant of these Hyksos Hebrews behind as slaves to rebuild the cities of Ramses and Pithom. This period covers a genocide in 1526 BC in the final years of Ahmose I, and it leads all the way to the Exodus. That is centuries of history. Centuries of shifting dynasties, forgotten kings, and cultural absorption. The Bible tells us exactly what happened. In Ezekiel chapter 20, God pulls back the curtain on the time in Egypt. And he doesn't talk about their suffering. He talks about their seduction. In verse 7, God says that when Israel was in Egypt, he told them, "Throw away the vile images you have set your eyes on, and do not defile yourselves with the idols of Egypt. I am the Lord your God." But they rebelled. They wouldn't listen. They didn't throw away the detestable things they saw. In fact, they didn't forsake the idols of Egypt at all. This is the ugly detail that we usually skip over. The Israelites were worshiping the gods of their masters. They were bowing down to Ra. They were fearing Osiris. They were fascinated by the power and the magic of the Nile. And in the process, they had forgotten. It had been centuries since Joseph died. Centuries since the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, walked with God. And over those long, silent years, something critical was lost. The specific personal identity of their God had faded from their collective memory. They knew there was a God of their fathers. They remembered the stories, maybe. They knew the title El Shaddai, God Almighty. But the personal relationship, the covenant name, the specific theology of who this God was and what he demanded, that was gone. It was buried under centuries of pagan assimilation. This is the true crisis of the Exodus. It's not just that Israel was physically enslaved, it's that they were spiritually dead. They had amnesia. The signal had been lost in the noise of Egypt. If God showed up at this moment, right at the start of Exodus, and he said, "I am Yahweh," the Israelites would look at him with blank stares. They wouldn't know who he was. The name didn't mean anything to them anymore. It was a relic, an antique word from a grandfather they never met. So here's the problem. The covenant line, the line of Isaac and Jacob, is technically alive. The bloodline is technically intact. But the faith is on life support. The flame is flickering out in the nation of Israel. But this is really where the detective story begins, because while the lights were going out in Egypt, they were burning bright somewhere else. God, it turns out, is an expert at contingency planning. Deep in the desert, hundreds of miles away from the slavery and the idols of the metropolis of Egypt, there was another family. We tend to read the Bible with tunnel vision, especially the Old Testament. We focus so hard on Isaac and Jacob that we forget that Abraham had a much bigger family. We forget that Isaac wasn't Abraham's only son, and I'm not talking about Ishmael. If you turn to Genesis chapter 25, you find a detail that changes everything. It says that after Sarah died, Abraham took another wife named Keturah, and she bore him 6 sons. 6 sons who grew up at the feet of Abraham. 6 sons who heard the stories of the stars and the smoking firepot and the promise. One of those sons was named Midian. Now, watch what Abraham does. This is key. The Bible says that while he was still living, Abraham gave gifts to the sons of his concubines and sent them away. He sent them to the east, to the land of the east, away from his son Isaac. Usually we see that as a rejection. We see it as Abraham protecting the estate, the inheritance that he left to Isaac. Look closer. What if it wasn't a rejection at all? What if it was a mission he was sending them on? They didn't get the land, that was for Isaac. They didn't get the covenant blessing to be the nation, that was also for Isaac. But this theory argues that they still got the faith. Think about where he sent them. He sent them east, to the desert, away from the corruption of the cities, away from the Canaanites and the Egyptians and the empires that would eventually seduce Isaac's children. He sent them to the wilderness. And in the ancient world, the wilderness is where you go to preserve things. The desert is a preservative, like salt. It strips away the non-essentials. It forces you to rely on what you can't see. While Isaac's descendants were slowly forgetting God in the luxury and then the slavery of Egypt, Midian's descendants were out in the wild, under the open stars, preserving the traditions of their father Abraham. They became the backup hard drive, to use a modern metaphor. It's almost as if God knew that the primary system, Israel, was going to crash. He knew that the pressure of Egypt would be too much for them. He knew they would forget his name. So, he stored the data, like his name, his worship, his mountain, with the other branch of the family. He hid the truth in the one place the Egyptians would never look, the tents of a nomadic tribe in northwest Arabia. This brings us to the Kenites. The Kenites were a clan within the Midianite people. They were metal workers, craftsmen, and wanderers. They moved through the rocks and the heat, living a life that looked very much like the life of Abraham. They didn't build statues. They didn't assimilate into the empires. They kept the old ways. And for 400 years, from Abram to Jethro, while Israel was worshiping frogs and beetles and the sun, the Kenites were worshiping the God of the mountain. More on that later, by the way. They were remembering the name that Israel forgot. And this sets up the most iconic twist in the entire Old Testament. We usually think of the Exodus as God rescuing his people from the pagans. But to do that, God first has to rescue his deliverer from the Israelites and send him to the outsiders. God has to take Moses, the prince of Egypt, the murderer, the confused Hebrew, and get him out of the land of amnesia. He has to drag him across the wilderness and drop him right in the middle of the land of memory. See, Moses thinks he's running for his life, a fugitive with no future, just looking for a hiding place. But he isn't running away. He's being enrolled. He'll spend the next 40 years in the desert with these people, marrying into their family and shepherding their flocks and sitting at the fires to learn the theology that his own people had thrown away. So we see that the stage is set. The ancient faith has died out in Egypt, but it lives on here in the wilderness. And the man who will restore it has just walked into the camp. We usually picture Moses fleeing Egypt like a fugitive with no plan. He's a murderer. He's scared. He's just looking for a rock to hide under. There's also the looming threat of the new Pharaoh, Tutmos II, who sees
this artwork is really getting me.
Moses as a political threat. Josephus called Moses General Moses and identified him as the military leader of Egypt that had the army on his side. Tutmos would have seen Moses as a serious threat to his leadership. The murder of an Egyptian taskmaster would be the perfect excuse the Pharaoh would need to rid himself of Moses without angering the loyal military. And so, Moses runs. And while Moses thinks he's running away, look at where he ends up. He doesn't go to Canaan. If he wanted to find his people, if he wanted to find the land promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, he should have turned left. He should have gone north. But in Moses' mind, he wasn't Hebrew, he was Egyptian. So he goes south and he goes east. He heads straight for the territory of the rejected sons of Abraham. He heads for Midian. The Bible tells us he sits down by a well. And who shows up? The 7 daughters of the priest of Midian. In Sunday school, we're usually told that this guy, Jethro or Ruel, we assume he was worshiping local desert spirits.
Oh my
maybe the
God.
moon, maybe some goat idol. But the assumption is that Moses, the guy with the real truth, eventually converts Jethro.
Okay, I am getting ticked off by this artwork. I can't take too much more of it.
But what if we have that exactly backwards? Remember, Israel has been in Egypt for
I know. Focus on the information. I know.
centuries. They're building statues to frogs. They've forgotten the name of God. They're spiritually comatose. But Jethro is a direct descendant of Abraham through Midian. He's living in the wilderness, keeping the traditions of the patriarchs alive. He isn't a pagan priest. He's a priest of El Elyon, the God Most High. He's the counterpart to Melchizedek. Just like the mysterious king of Salem who blessed Abraham, Jethro is the faithful outsider holding on to the keys of truth. They're the spiritual bookends of the patriarchal age, priests of the true God.
I mean, I guess in the Renaissance age, in order to look like you're holy, you had to extend your hips out and put your back just a little, a little bit behind you, and really put your hips out, and point in a very elaborate way with one hand going one way and another hand going another way.
God who stood outside the official family tree. Jethro is the keeper of the faith in the desert. There's even a secular academic idea called the Kenite hypothesis that claims that the Kenites are the originators of Yahwism, that they're the ones who stole the storm god from Sumer and turned it into Yahweh. The Kenites in Midian were well known for their Yahweh worship. Think about the irony. You have the chosen people, Israel, inside the empire, forgetting everything. And you have the rejected people outside the empire, remembering everything. And God takes Moses, the confused, violent, Egyptian-raised Hebrew, and enrolls him in the school of the desert. Moses spends 40 years in Midian. 40 years. I'm 41 years old, and that feels like a very long time.
You're 41?
But why? If this was just about waiting for the Pharaoh to die, it shouldn't take 4 decades. Pharaohs didn't live that long. No, this wasn't a waiting room. This was a reprogramming facility. Moses had to be deprogrammed from Egypt. He spent his first 40 years learning to be a prince, learning the wisdom of Egyptians, learning that power comes from chariots and armies and whips.
Well, I'm going to stop it right there because it seems as if, while this is interesting when he's talking about the Shasu, he is laboriously trying to connect the Kenites together with the Shasu, and he's using the familiar ground of Yahwism in order to connect the two together. While on one hand, that is a theory, it is somewhat plausible. There's still more that we need to know about the Shasu. However, I do understand his reasoning behind contemplating whether or not the Kenites are connected with the Shasu, if not the Shasu themselves, or even a remote beginning of Israel. Now, his spin is that basically this is the remembrance. It's like this is the remnant, the Most High bringing the remnant into the forefront by having Moses go and reunite with the remnant that is in Midian, which he is saying, of course, is connected with the Shasu and the Kenites. Well, while this remains controversial and while this remains something that deserves more research, and hey, I'm willing to do it, we cannot say conclusively that the Shasu are the proto-Israelites or even our Israelites themselves. It does point to Yahwism being of a broader picture, a more older picture, a broader spectrum than what perhaps was imagined. What we know for certain is that Yah or Yahweh or Yahweh, or however you want to pronounce it, of course we say Yahweh, was not newly introduced to Israel, but that basically there was indeed an entire priesthood, as we have discussed in the past. Well, that being the case, hey, we'll be right back with our next and our last segment. Be right back. Hi, I'm Melchior Uriel, and I want to come to your church or to sit down with you, Pastor, and have a build where we discuss, open up scriptures, and discuss the realities behind the Hebrew way of life and following the laws. Please call the number below, and if unanswered, please leave a message. Thank you. Shalom.
Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat morning coffee. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Oh.
It's time for Moshe in your kitchen. Just before we get into our Moshe in your kitchen segment, our brother Adrian, our Minister of Economics, is going to help us pick out our favorite summer fruit. And let's listen to what our brother Adrian has to say. Thank you, brother Adrian, for this. I appreciate it. As well as I just discovered that you also sent a Hebrew money segment. I greatly appreciate it. We will definitely include that for next week, y'all willing. Here's brother Adrian helping us with our favorite summer fruit.
I'm going to do a quick tutorial on how to pick a watermelon. I am from Arkansas, aka God's country. They have the world's best watermelon in a place called Hope, Arkansas. But anyway, to get a good watermelon, you don't have to dump it and shake it and look at the color. Color does come into play, but what you want to do is you want to look at the watermelon and see if you see two things. One thing is you're going to see this webbing. Looks like a spider web of some sort, but what it is, when bees pollinate, they pollinate and they rub up against the watermelon and it leaves a webbing effect. That's good webbing, but it should be quite a bit of it, but that's not all. You really want to look for what appears to be like butter. So when you look at the watermelon, it's going to have what looks like butter. That's not one, but this is. You want these because what that means is it stayed in the ground and on the vine longer, and the sugar went down to the bottom of the watermelon. If you see that butter-looking spot, that's a good melon, guaranteed. If you go to the store and you get one that's not, let me know and I will cash app you your price of your watermelon times 2. That's how certain I am of this. All right, shalom.
Good. Okay, he says, you know what? If what I'm telling you don't work, hey, let me know. And he says, I'll give you the price of your watermelon times 2. Brother Adrian, thank you so much for helping us pick out our favorite summer fruit. I don't know about some of you, but listen, you get a good sweet watermelon cold, OMG. You talking about a good summer fruit that's hydrating and healthy for you. I love it. I really do. There's nothing like a good sweet watermelon. Thank you, brother Adrian. I do appreciate it. Well, with that being the fact, let's kind of continue here because we're dealing with Moshe in our kitchen. And yes, hey, I didn't do this. I didn't make this video, but yeah, I've got some oxtails on my Shabbat dinner menu. So, hey, I hope you have something good as well, but here we are, Moshe in your kitchen. Let's go in.
Prices are off of the charts, y'all. Oxtail prices are off of the charts, y'all. When I last went to the store, it was like $13 a pound, and y'all, we not doing that, okay? Not in this inflation economy, okay? So check it out. I'm going to show you guys how to make beef shank taste just like your favorite oxtail recipe. Okay, and beef shank is literally half the price, and you see all that meat. Okay, what makes it a great sub is this marrow here.
Now, I know some of you don't eat beef at all, but just, hey, those of us that are still eating oxtails, indulge us.
And it's really meaty, and I'm gonna show you how to make it nice and tender. All right. You know, when you do 2 pounds of oxtail, you're practically not getting no food. However, with the shank, when you do 2 pounds, you're actually getting like a good amount of meat. So I'm gonna give this a rinse, and then I'm gonna use a little bit of white vinegar. And I'm just gonna like rub my meat.
Oh, wear your gloves, girl. Wear your gloves. Wear your gloves.
You see how there is like some blood and things on there? I actually get this from a butcher.
And she got her wedding ring, y'all. She gonna get all that all up in the crevices of her wedding ring.
And I like how they butcher the meat, but you know, sometimes I just feel like there's a little something left. And so I like to just give it a little rinse over. Now, of course, we love our oxtail for all of that fat and collagen that it has, but shout out at $13 a pound, you can miss me on that one, honey. Okay.
All right, I took away 1/10 of a point because she didn't have on the gloves. And I don't know. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is going to get into her ring. I mean, I hope her husband's not going to get sick when he has to kiss the ring. But you know what? She's cleaning out the sink here really well. Really well. And I got to give her back that 1/10 of a point just for that.
This video is inspired by Ron on the Grill. Now, he took his beef shank and he put it on the grill, smoked it, braised it, did all sorts of yummies with it that you guys know I can't do because I don't grill or smoke. All right, so I'm going to link his video down below and you guys go and check him out. Now, for my veggie prep, I am going to chop up half of a large onion and some peppers from my garden.
I see some pepper seeds in there. Those are not going to cook down. Those are going to be hard.
You guys know I just love to use produce that you grow yourself, baby. Sometimes you just got to grow your own.
Oh, too many seeds on there. She's got too many seeds. Those are going to remain hard. But you know what? She can cook. I can tell by her wrists that she can cook. Definitely.
I'm also going to use 2 carrots and I'm going to cut them on a diagonal just to make them look really nice and fancy, okay? Also chopped up 1 homegrown tomato off
I also do my carrots like that to make them look fancy.
camera. I'm going to start to season my beef shank and I'm not going to go heavy with the seasonings on the beef shank at all. Now, there will be a good amount of seasonings in my...
I don't know if you missed that. She just sprayed some olive oil on there with the spray bottle.
The gravy, but I want to brown these very, very well, so I want to minimize the seasonings that I put on the shank, okay? So I'm going to go in first with some Maggi seasoning.
I've never seen that before in life.
This is actually has a bit more of an umami flavor than just regular soy sauce, but regular soy sauce is fine. I'm using about half of a tablespoon. And then I'm using some browning. This is going to give that good, beautiful color that you're used to in oxtails or stewed meats. Just a little bit. It's just for some color, okay? And then I'm going to use this oxtail seasoning. I actually have 2
Caribbean oxtail seasonings. I didn't know that they made that.
different oxtail seasonings I'll be using, but this one's a little bit more similar to like beef bouillon or almost like a seasoned salt. So that's why I'm using this one. There's not a lot.
It certainly looks like Lowry's seasoning salt. It really does.
A lot of herbs and things in here per se, okay? So I'm gonna go in with about a teaspoon or, you know, a teaspoon from your spirit.
Hey, put them gloves on, girl.
All right, of this seasoning. I'm gonna mix it well, especially to make sure that this browning is well distributed.
Oh man, okay.
You can also burn the sugar when you do this instead of using browning. However, I find that with shank, I just like using the browning a little bit better. It just gives the color, you know, a bit more even, something like that. So you just choose whatever method that you like. You can marinate this, but I do not. I find that it's going to be cooked so long that it kind of does not matter. So I just let this sit to the side while I prep stuff, and that is it. Preheat your oven to 375 degrees.
See your reflection in the, okay,
Have my enamel cast iron skillet on a medium heat, okay?
Okay, I like the skillet. Wouldn't go with the color scheme of my kitchen, but yeah, I like the skillet.
I'm going to add a little bit of olive oil. You know, shank is not as, you know, it doesn't have as much fat as oxtail. So I'm also going there and add a little butter too. Bro butter, y'all. Okay. We're going to put our shanks in. Y'all, we're going to let them get nice and brown and beautiful, okay? That's going to bring out that nice, rich flavor in this meat.
Seems like she should put more seasonings on there, to be honest with you. I mean, that's just me.
We're going to let it sear undisturbed for at least a good 4, maybe even 5 minutes, depending on how hot your pan is. After 5 minutes, I'm going to flip my beef shank. Guys, it's nice and melanated. Baby, when you see that melanin on that beef shank, you know your food going to taste right, okay?
Okay. That's... Okay, well, never mind.
And then I'm going to allow it to sear for 5 more minutes on this side. Remove your beef shank and place them in the same bowl that you marinated them in. Remember, these shanks are still pretty much raw, so it's totally fine to put them back into that bowl. I'm going to turn the heat down to like a medium low. You know, cast iron skillets, the heat can really keep going up and up and up. So you don't want it too high when you saute all your vegetables. This is some green seasoning, fresh. It's like fresh garlic and scallions and herbs.
Oh, that sounds good.
I'm actually going to put a video out soon on how, an updated video I should say, on how I make this, but I like to add this because it just adds a strong, fresh taste to your food. After this sautés for about 3 minutes, I'm going to season it up with all the seasonings that you see here. The oxtail seasoning.
What was in that bottle? There was no label on it. What was in that bottle?
And this one is pretty much just spices, no real salt. And I do know this isn't curry, but baby, a little bit of curry powder do actually taste really good in this dish. The oil and toasting is going to bring out the flavor of the spices, so allow them to just toast for about 2 minutes.
What was that? That was a bay leaf, but what were those little round things?
And put in your allspice berries, a bay
Moonshine. Is that moonshine?
leaf, and about half of a cup of a dry red wine. You don't need this brand. You just need a dry red wine. If you are not a alcohol drinker, you can actually skip this and just put in some beef broth. Some people don't like to do this, but I do think that a tablespoon of ketchup,
oh Lord,
is really nice. That little bit of acidity just brings out other flavors. I'm then going to rinse out my marination bowl with some boiling water. Always add water that is hot to a dish that is cooking. That will keep the temperature of the pot up. And you'll actually see me add water to this dish a few times, even while it is braising. It's always warm water.
Okay, so I would have actually made the meat separate and then put the vegetables in just a little bit later. Cooking the vegetables for as long as the time as you need the meat to get tender. Yeah, it seems like
the lid heats up and gets really hot, which is great for cooking, but it also makes the top get really roasted. I'm then going to add about 1.5 cups more water. Remember, this water is boiling, baby. Put this back into the oven for about 30 to 45 more minutes. Then I'm going to cook it for 30 more minutes. I'm going to add a little bit more water. You know, my dish is shallow, so I just add a little water, here and there whenever I check it. And I could have done this earlier, but I just remembered that I wanted to add some tomato paste. So I go in with about 1/2 tablespoon of tomato paste. It just gives a nice richness to the sauce that I like. I cover it and just let it finish cooking for about 30 minutes. You can also pressure cook the beef shank for about 45 minutes, or you can cook it on the stove top for about 2.5 to 3.
See, now, that's actually what I would do. I have a pressure cooker that I love using. Man, I would put them bad boys in the pressure cooker, and yeah, we'd make quick work of that.
Hours. It takes about 2.5 hours to 3 hours to get done in the oven as well. During the last 30 minutes of the cook time for my shanks, I like to go ahead and put together the rest of the meal. So I'm doing some steamed veg. I'm doing a little bit of kale, some purple cauliflower,
I've never heard of purple cauliflower. Is that a purple cabbage mixed with cauliflower? What is
carrots, and I like to season it with a bit of Vegeta, and that's it. This is pretty much like a seasoned salt that is perfect for vegetables. It only takes about 5 minutes for these veggies to steam, and I feel like whenever I have something a little heavier like a beef shank, I love to have a light side. You guys let me know in the comments what your preferred sides are for oxtail and beef shank and dishes like that. The beef shank is ready. Y'all, it's almost not right how good this smells. Like, it smells so good, I almost feel wrong telling y'all, because y'all can't experience what I'm experiencing right now. Y'all, you better make you some, okay? Now, guys, this beef shank is so tender.
Now, that does make it look extra good by it being so tender, and I'm kind of wondering, man, how would that taste on some mashed potatoes?
You see that? Baby. Now, if you like a lot of gravy, you could just add, more water to start out with and just let it thicken more. But what I'm going to do is that, I just like to press it a little bit into the drippings, and that'll get you all the flavor that you need. Now, the best part of this is that marrow. Baby, don't play with that marrow. Okay, this right here.
Don't eat it.
You're talking about a flavor shot.
What?
Baby, that's what you're looking for, okay? That really
I'm sorry, but I've never done that. Like, only because, man, I don't know. I know that people do that, right? In the Torah, it says that when you eat the Passover lamb, one of the things that it says that when you eat the Passover lamb, that not a bone of it shall be broken. It's referring to eating the marrow in the bone, which is what we used to do as a people. I haven't done it. That's not been my part of, what I have done as a part of our culture. But that's what they're talking about, eating of the marrow, because you have to break open the bone in order to eat the marrow. Man, I don't know. Is that? I mean, it's got to be good for you, right? I just have never done it, and to be honest with you, if I saw that, would I eat it? I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't know.
Flavors up the gravy. All right. Let me know if you think this is a good substitute.
Oh, she got the rices right there. She got the rices right next to it.
For oxtails, and if you don't use beef shank, tell me what cut of beef you actually would use as an oxtail sub. My goodness, my Sunday dinner was so yum. Let me know if you're going to make this whole meal. God bless you guys for watching my channel and supporting me. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Okay, so that does look good.
Oxtail prices.
I really appreciate the fact that, I don't know, man. Anything with rice and gravy, I'm telling you, I think that is so good. I absolutely love it. Well, for me, I always tell you guys, at least I try to always tell you guys what I'm having for my Shabbat dinner. I am having some oxtails. Yes, I am. Oxtails, red beans and rice, and cabbage on the side. And I am telling you, it is going to be nothing less than delicious. And I want to thank you all. Let me just do this. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to come by the chat room and see if anyone has any comments or questions, and we'll be right back. Hi, I'm Melchior Uriel, and I want to come to your church or to sit down with you, Pastor, and have a build where we discuss, open up scriptures, and discuss the realities behind the Hebrew way of life and following the laws. Please call the number below, and if unanswered, please leave a message. Thank you. Shalom. All right, my brothers and sisters, we are back, and yes, I wanted to tiptoe into the chat room to see what, if any of you had any questions at all concerning anything that we've discussed. If you have any questions, please, you can feel free to make them known now. Yeah, Mr. Weeze, yes, we did eat the bone marrow. Miss H, thank you so much, dear. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A big hug to you. Thank you for saying that. She said, great class as always. Thank you so much. Mr. Weeze says, yes, I wasn't sure that we could do that. Yes, we did used to eat the marrow of the bone. Also, we as a people, we also ate the sinew, or what we would call the gristle, except for the gristle that's around the thigh. Okay, remember, we don't do that because, again, it's a part of our cultural memory where Israel actually wrestled with the angel. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. You know, Mr. Weeze, I'm telling you, man, oxtails, woo! Man, hey, that's some good eating. That is some good eating right there. And I'm going to enjoy it. I really am. Thank you. I'm glad it's a favorite of yours. Man, I wish we could get together and just have a fellowship. Let's see. Mr. B says, I saw bone marrow on a menu from this place I went to. They scooped the marrow out and spread it on toasted bread. Now, to hear that, I'm like, I don't know if I'd do that, but hey, you know, if you can have ketchup sandwiches as a kid, I suppose you can, you know, I mean, like what's wrong with that? Like, we got so hungry until we had sugar sandwiches, ketchup sandwiches, you know, bread sandwiches, you know. Yeah, Michael Charles Marsh, I believe the cauliflower is man-made. It is man-made, just like broccoli itself. Sorry about the sound issue. My system will reset the sound for whatever reason at any given moment. Yeah, it does. I agree, Miss H. That purple cauliflower did look, it really did look, yeah, like, man, like, no, that's somebody's genetic experiment. One planted seed says, what scripture from Samuel was provided on the last question of how Hebrew? Oh, okay. The scripture for that was, let me get it for you. It was 2 Samuel 4 verses 20 through 24. Let me get that in just a second here. To make sure. No, was it 2 Kings? I said Samuel, didn't Let me get that. And let me show you this, okay? Let me show you this. Okay, so this comes to us from 2 Kings. I said Samuel. I misspoke. My apologies. And she called unto her husband and said, "Send me, I pray thee, one of the young men, on one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come." And he said, meaning her husband said, "Wherefore will you go to him today?" Indicating that, yes, going to him was usually done on the new moon or on Shabbat, meaning you can go outside of your domain, right? If it's for Shabbat purposes or purposes of communing, learning, celebrating, you know that you can venture outside of your home. When it mentions that you shall not go out of your home in Exodus, as we have already read, Exodus 20th chapter, it's talking about in order to do what we would call the equivalent of grocery shopping. Don't go out of your home to gather the manna. That is work, okay? You're not supposed to work. You're not supposed to go grocery shopping. So don't do that on Shabbat, right? And so, yes. But looking at this, says, when will you go? Okay, listen, it's neither new moon nor Shabbat. And she said, look, it's all going to be fine. And then she saddled the ass and said to her cab driver, look, put the pedal to the metal and don't slow down unless I tell you. And so, yes, she went to the man of God, and so the rest is history. But here's the operative verse number 23. She went, and she would normally travel to him on the new moon and on Shabbat, letting you know that we can travel outside of our homes on Shabbat, according to the word of the Most High. Let every mind and heart be at peace at the reading and accepting of the word of the Most High. Well, all right. Let's see. And thank you for that question. Thank you for that question, One Planted Seed. Yes. So, all right, my brothers and sisters, looks like this is at the end of our questions. I have a little bit to do before I enjoy this delicious meal that awaits me. And I want to thank you all for your time and for your attention. I thank you. I love each and every one of you. So glad that you came. So glad that you're here. So glad that you're with us. If you have not subscribed, do subscribe to the channel. If you're new, subscribe to the channel. Be a part of this Hebrew community. We love those who follow the law, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High. We bid our elder Leonie Croning, as well as our elder George Evans, peace and blessings to both of you. And yes, happy Shabbat to you too, One Planet Seed. Hey, thank you so much for being here. We love each and every one of you. I love each and every one of you, and I'm so glad that you are here. I want to say this. Let me give you guys a heads up. And thank you again, Brother Adrian. Appreciate your contributions, and we're going to hear more from you next week. Thank you for that segment. But there's a couple of things I want to share with you. One is the format of what we do here is going to change. I want to continue to make sure that we're faithful with our midweek, as well as with our Shabbat morning coffee, even if I should travel, okay? Even if I should travel, I want to make sure that we're going to be good. Therefore, it's going to be changed slightly, right? Because I do plan on doing some traveling. So, with that being the case, my brothers and sisters, hey, I want to let you know I love you. And may the Most High bless you and keep you. And if you have any questions about the Hot Tanakh Online app, do drop me a line. We've recently had to change our support email because some of them weren't getting through. And our beloved sister, Wanda Washington by name, basically couldn't get some part of the app to work correctly for her. So we had to reach out to her. But hey, if you have an issue, do let me know. Either my team or I will address it personally. I had to address that personally because it had gone on for so long and didn't want things to be lacking. So, all right, that's it. Hey, enjoy. May you have a blessed week. May the Most High smile upon you. Enjoy the rest of your Shabbat. Go ahead and wiggle them toes. Get real comfy, cozy. Relax, read, pray, study, spend more time before the Most High. And of course, eat a very, very delicious meal. May Yah bless you, keep you, be rested, be restored. This has been Shabbat Morning Coffee. Thank you again for showing up and showing out. We appreciate you, love you. May the Most High bless you. Shabbat Shalom.